All right. That's enough of that. That's enough of that. All right, we're here. We're here. Does the camera work? Does the camera work? Hey! All right. Might need a new computer soon. Probably do. Turning it off and turning it back on again. All right. Is YouTube going? Do YouTubes? Hold on. Hang on a minute, Chief. We did not have good handshake with YouTubes. Start sending us your video from streaming software to go live. Yeah, I'm working on that. And go web. Go. I'm just going to stay here until the YouTube goes live. I don't really have too much to say right there. What's that? You can still see me, huh? Oh well. Oh well, it's fine. Okay, we're back. And we have the combination, but one screen is out. I know, someone shot a BB gun at it or something. Does it work? Does it work? Nope. No, that's all messed up. Maybe that one? No. That one? Nope. No, we'll just Windows sound again. Dude, I have all system noises muted across both computers. Yet Microsoft still plays them. How was Texas? Did you bring back any barbecue? I ate all the barbecue before I could bring it back. You leave for 2 weeks and everything's broken. Yeah. Yeah. All right. We're back. We're going to play Yakograd. How much cheesecake was inhaled? I actually didn't have cheesecake, full disclosure. I had a chocolate mountain thing. Das had cheesecake though, so it's good. Did you get Road Ranger tacos? No, I don't think so. I don't remember, dude. That whole 2 weeks was a freaking blur. Yeah, it was a blur. I don't. Dude, there's time dilation exists in Starbase, and I think that's the reason why they can seemingly get so much stuff done. Because you enter the Rio Grande Valley and there's time dilation. It is like time warps. It's very strange. No blurring. Oh no, dude, there's all the blurring. I'm gonna blur even harder now. Anyway, Reese, what's going on? So, sorry I've been gone for 2 weeks. I thank you for your patience in the matter. Co-developing a colony builder with another KSP community member intended to be what we didn't get with 2. I can't see that, Halingar, but that's neat. Starbase has severance. That might be a thing. That might be a thing. Praise Gwen. I didn't like saying that. I feel much more comfortable saying praise Jeff. Praise Jeff. So Elon time does exist. Dude, it's absolutely a thing, Ordon. You go down there, and if you're working down there, time warps. Praise Brimo for letting you go to Starbase. I cannot believe she put up with that. Yeah, I owe Brimo. Yeah. I owe. My wife put up with a lot of crap over the last 2 weeks. So, you know. We'll, yeah, we probably should make that up. You know, anyway. Good timing and return home to actual good weather. Dude, it's actually nice up here. Yeah, not bad, not bad. My driveway is no longer ice, which is good. Oh, you're getting a nice date, Sawyer, absolutely. Anyway, so, yeah, if you're wondering where I've been down here for the last
Discovery, go at throttle up.
2 weeks. Where is this? This is Starbase. It is at the very, very, very southern tip of Texas. Right there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, right there. That's where I've been. We've been covering. I've been doing Flight 8 coverage for NSF, and then streaming a bunch of launches to you guys, etc., etc. 2 weeks. I can make your driveway an ice rink if you want. No, that's already happened. We don't need to do that again. How are the tacos? The food, amazing. That's where giant boosters are caught and fireworks are made. Yeah. Yeah. I've spent an insane amount of time over the last 2 weeks next to gigantic construction equipment, though. So I've been hankering to play workers for a good while. There is a plethora of construction equipment between the pad site, the launch site, and the production site. There is a plethora. Also, on the way over to the Margaritaville Hotel in South Padre Island, where we watched the launch, there's a gigantic LNG terminal being made. I counted this LNG terminal. This is an old picture. This LNG terminal has 25 Liebherr 11,000 cranes, 4 tower cranes, and 32 telescoping cranes. Yes, the parking lot for workers to get to this LNG terminal, the parking lots, there's one over there and one over there. It's bigger than Starbase. So, like, not only have we been seeing cool Starbase stuff, I've been just seeing cool construction stuff. And I got a big problem. I got a big problem. I need to industrialize. It's gonna get crazy when the Gigabay starts. Ariel, I've heard some
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I've heard some crazy stuff. Some crazy stuff. Like, here, let me show you. Like, some crazy stuff. That's what I've been hearing. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got to talk to a lot of SpaceX personnel down there. Not that it's like insider news. Like, that's what I've been hearing right there. It's... Yeah. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. And I get it. Sources say, I understand. We all know that that's going to happen. But yeah, the Gigabay is huge. They're going to knock down Megabay 1, yes. Megabay 1 is empty. And that's not insider information, Trey. I looked inside of it. It's empty. Like, you go down the street a little bit, you can get an angle at it. It's empty. There's nothing in there. They're gonna get rid of it. That's the size of the Gigabay. Yeah, it's huge. It's about 2/3 the size of the VAB. Yep. Do you know about Toucan Hobby? No. Is the LNG terminal related in any way for fuel for starships? I don't know, Jim, but I find it very convenient. Yeah, the High Bay, not Megabay 1. That's right. High Bay 1. Yes, that's correct. I get the names confused. Like I said, time and space warps when you're down there for some reason. And so does remembering names for things too. Megabay 1, guys, so, okay.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Rewind a little bit. Megabay 1 is being used for boosters. Megabay 2 is being used for starships. Those are being used. High Bay 1, the first tall building that they made, is empty. They are going to get rid of it. They're going to get rid of the RGV Starbase building, and the Gigabay is going to be like front and center. It's, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Crazy. Hey, Yuck. 120-month resub. 10 years. Yeah. Crazy, dude. 24 work stands with 400-ton bridge cranes. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, the thing. You know the thing. I need to poop. 56-month resub. EJ, poop. What's up? All right. Anyway. Also, Ship 35 is rolling out to Massey's, dudes. Yeah, it's rolling out to Massey's. We'll talk more about that during Space News. It's rolling out to Massey's with the exact same downcomer transfer tube, transfer comer, down tube design that ship 33 and 34 had. And ship 36 also has the same transfer tubes in it as well. Source. I saw them.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So, take that for what you will. Hey, T-Money, 48-month resub. That will need changes. They're gonna need something. Since you fixed Jack's car, his photos are better. Really? Oh, that thing still needs a lot of work. Spray foam, pipe clamp, duct tape. Yeah, there you go. Source, I seen it. Yep. Are we expecting more RUDs? There's ways to mitigate harmonic resonance, dudes. Hey, Int, what's going on? Do you think that system will need an update? No. Not in the interim. Yum Food, my suspicion, this is not based off of anything I heard from anybody at SpaceX. This is just basically me looking at this whole thing and kind of figuring it out. You ever played Factorio? I know the answer to that is yes. Obviously, there's a bunch of nerds here. You guys ever play Factorio and you have a production line that you built, and then you built another production line next to it that's designed to build faster, right? Maybe a different product. So say you have your first production line is making product A, and your second production line is making product B, okay? Product B, based off of what you learned from product A, it has much higher throughput, right? So it can produce stuff a lot faster. But it's product A and product B combined, you need both of those to make product C, right? So you have A, which is a small line, B, which is a big line, and and you have C, which is a big line, right? They both combine to make product C. But product A is still slow. It needs to be retooled. You need to retool that line. So for a moment, you're going to have slow throughput with fast throughput, and you're going to get like a hybrid type C design, right? Does that make sense? I very much think that is what's going on with those transfer tubes. They are parts that were already made. They were already made. SpaceX already has the workaround for it, but these parts are already made. So use them. And try to mitigate it as best as you can, because flight data is king here, right? Flight data is king. So even though you have, what really tipped me off to this whole thing, like even though you know that this part could potentially fail, you're still going to fly it, but you're going to implement mitigations. That's what tipped me off to this whole thing. SpaceX is trying CO2 snuffers. They have that attic thingamajig. That's not SpaceX. That's minimum viable implementation. Meaning, think about like another product on the Starship production line with minimum viable implementation was those flip out landing legs that they put on SN8, SN9, SN10, SN11, and SN15, right? Those little flip out landing legs, that was minimum viable product. Everybody knew that they weren't going to use those. Those weren't the final thing, right? This style of booster that they're ship that they're producing right now is just a minimum viable hybrid design. That's it. They're just mitigating stuff until that production line is retooled to implement the real fix that they're trying to do. And once again, this is just my opinion. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on after, dude, I've spent the last 2 weeks staring at Starbase, watching the equipment move, watching the nose cones roll down the assembly line. I'm pretty dang sure that that's what's going on. I have no way to prove it. It's just an opinion. I think that they have a fix implemented already, but it's coming down the proverbial production line. Personally, I think that fixes Raptor 3. Compounding resonant vibrations can happen with older engine designs. They had that problem during the shuttle program, and that's why so many shuttle engines actually exploded on the test stand. This interestingly enough, this problem does happen, and it's a hard problem to solve. I think SpaceX already has the fix in work, but it hasn't reached the end production line yet. That would be the quick way of saying it. IMO, the best theory I've seen so far is that when the tanks are full, vibrations are mitigated by the liquids. As the tanks drain, vibrations become more severe. That's pretty much what's going on, Havocs, as far as I can tell. Anyway, I'm going to load up workers, and we'll continue with Yakograd Republic. We will talk more about this during Space News, though. I don't know, Black Eagle. It's something that's at the bottom of the transfer tubes, if I had to guess. Something is causing an insane amount of vibration down there. Then why are we launching it if it isn't fixed? Why? Hardware-rich program. You know it's not going to fly, so try and mitigate it. You know you have a problem, so try and mitigate it and fly, because test data is king. All the data that they're getting on booster catches,
Go at throttle up.
invaluable. Even though the ship does explode, and that really does suck, and unfortunately it rains like debris down over in the Caribbean, which is not cool. This is the best way that they have to test. Oh no.
If you're in a canoe and it tips over, you can use it as a hat. Because it's capsized.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We have no sound. Okay. So that's good. We have no sound. Test? Oh, that's the mic. That's good. All right, that's working. Okay. I'll listen to that. Oh boy. What is going on here? Okay. Windows always changes something, and I always forget what they changed. I remember. Mixer levels seem to be okay. No, Windows always unchecks something. I know we're playing sound here. We're listening to Windows. Every time Windows updates, it does this, dude. It's so obnoxious. What could be this problem? Reload, yeah. Hey, you happy to be back? Yeah, I'm happy to be home. Yeah, sure. Input device is audio pro capture. Manage sound devices. No, this new Windows UI is so bad. Huh. Okay. I know there's something weird here. It's just playback. Play through speakers. Apply. There we go. We got it. Let me just make sure all of our sound levels are balanced out. They're not. There we go. Cool. All right. Yakograd. In other news, FedEx dropped Cygnus. Cygnus issues causes changes in ISS cargo missions. Potential damage to a Cygnus cargo spacecraft has led NASA to revise the manifest of an upcoming Cargo Dragon mission. Oh. Commercial shipping accident as it went to the launch site. Good times. All right. All right. That's great. How's the icy driveway? It's gone, Dan. It's gone. It's actually warm here for a change. It's like 40, 50 degrees with the sun out. So I'm like super happy about that. They dropped a Cygnus. Okay. They were not down with the Cygnus. What? What? Oh, yeah. All systems, yeah. We're gonna get 60 degrees, almost 20 C. All right. The Cygnus got disturbed. Yep. All right. I gotta grab a cough drop real quick while this is loading. I'll be right back. All right, look at Yakograd. Look at this. Man, we really did some work here, huh? They treated Cygnus like you treat transmissions. It's a really old joke. Tessa, how do you feel that was the joke that you're making a reference to was like 10 years ago? How does that feel? And due to the damage, NASA is shortening the handover overlap to 2 days to save supplies. Boy. I don't have blue sky creeper, so I can't see what that is. I guess it's protected. Anyway. All right, so what was the last thing we were working on, dudes? How's it going? Finally some streams. It's going, man. I haven't followed this save file. What have you done so far, and what are you working on? Where did he come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? No. So, this is the Yakograd Republic, okay? I named it after Jack. The Yakograd Republic. Based off of what we learned from my last republic, Bakalakadakistan, right? I figured out that it's probably better to plan everything, okay? You want to plan everything out. So you see obviously a bunch of stuff. Like I've basically planned an entire city center right here. Oh boy. Sorry, just gotta get going. All right, so I found that the best implementation in Bakalakadakistan is when I paused the game and made a plan. Made a plan of attack, leaving no mental stones unturned, right? That's what I'm working on here. So with the Yakograd Republic, I'm basically designing everything. I'm designing the city and the cargo, train stations, etc., etc. I'm designing all that to basically spec of what I want the city to look like in March of 1980, right? I'm designing it down the road. Like, actually down the road. See, there's a road. I'm designing this for what I want to look like, what I want it to look like down the road. Now, why? Why am I doing this way? Well, I found basically with Bakalakadakistan that planning everything out seems to be the best way to implement things, okay? It's the best way to get stuff done. And, you know, you plan out what you want and you budget it out and you go from there. Now, I know what people are saying. If you're a workers and resources veteran and you're looking at this, you know good and well I'm not doing that with this amount of money. 1.3 million, $700,000. This 1.3 million rubles and $700,000 is not going to get all this built. There's not a chance in hell. Not a snowball's chance in hell that that's happening. You're absolutely right. What I'm doing is building out, like I said, what I want to see down the road. Now, I'm also designing scalability into this. I'm designing scalability. Now, like this city, all right? When we work on the city, I'm just going to build out this section, right? And then later, we'll build out this section when we need to. And we'll build out this section when we need to. And this section when we need to. And then eventually, we'll make a port. We've decided we'll make a port over here, right? I'm down with the city. Yeah. So I'm basically implementing these projects in incrementally, okay? Incremental implementation. So let's take a look at the train depot. The train depot right here, I'll use this as an example. This is the closest thing to the border, right? Now, on top of having provisions for 6 tracks wide in case I need it, the depot itself is omnidirectional, so trains can go both ways down the tracks. And in this depot, I have, well, the regular train depots right here, and then I have construction depots. But note that I have 2 depots. The depots in this game basically are a freight yard. That's where the game stores consists that you're not using. And then we have train construction depots. I have 2 construction depots and 2 regular depots. Am I going to build all this at once? No, probably not. In fact, I'm probably going to build this one and then call it a day for a little while. And then when we need more construction, we'll build that. Right? Minimum viable here. But design out the entire thing. Right? Design the whole dang thing in case you need it. Now, also, I have a fueling depot here. I have another one down at the end over there, so we could scale fueling if we absolutely need to. Right? And then eventually, if we absolutely need to make this yard bigger, we can expand into this space over here. Now, that's what I mean. It's scalable. All right. So if we run out of room for trains, I don't have to go fumbling around trying to find another place to put a depot. Just build that one. Easy. Just build it. We run out of, we fill up this construction depot too much. Build that one. No problem. We don't need to worry about that. Now, the other thing is, I know what people are going to say. Why not just build one big depot and work scaling into it? Well, that takes time and money, right? That takes time and money. These smaller depots do not take nearly as long to make as the big train depot that holds the most amount of trains. And when's the last time I filled up a big train depot? I didn't even fill up one in Yakograd. So we built the smaller depots that are cheaper to make, and then we're going to scale them. Like I said, we have the room to scale for more depots over here. I even left in provisions to potentially build a Y, a junction down here that could have train tracks going over to the Apatomo border if we absolutely want to do that. The reason why is that there's oil right here, and I'm going to build out crude oil. We're going to build out crude oil export right here, at least initially, right? The entire system here is designed to be scalable. The whole thing is scalable. Obviously, we have these farms, right? This is probably going to be one of the first things that we do, right? Farming crops are food and crops are a pretty easy thing to. Crops are a pretty good export in the beginning. They're really easy. They don't require a lot of labor to make, right? How you doing? Did you get any cool footage from Flight 8? I actually, just for you guys, I had a camera rolling of my reaction to Flight 8. Now that I have a little bit better bearing on what Starship is and, you know, not having it blow my mind completely, I actually put a camera down up on the roof looking at me and Gene, and I have, or Gene and I, and yeah, we have some pretty funny footage of me going, ah, you know. Heard you a little in the NSF views video. Nice, nice. Are we going to attempt another Gigafactory? Black Eagle, the idea is that we could scale to a Gigafactory if we need it. That was the other big lesson that I learned from Yakogad. Don't try to build big first, build small. But that doesn't mean you can't plan for building big. So like this right here is my main construction depot for this whole city over here. I don't know. I don't really have a name for it yet. So I have up to 10 construction depots, double road staging depots. We have 2 technical services offices over here. And then over here, I have a cargo loading terminal to load up all the raw materials and goods that I need to keep this city going, at least initially, until we get all these things up and running. This is kind of slated over here as an industrial space. Hey, Vargon. Red Panda, thank you for the raid. I've slated all this for industrial space, and the town's going to be over there. So, like, one of the first things that I'll do is build a clothing factory over here. And we'll import the fabric via train. And the fabric will come over here, right? And then we'll export clothes to the city, what the city needs, and we'll export clothes out on train tracks. Or we could use trucks, it doesn't matter. Did the audio on the roof? We lost internet, Cryo. For some reason, up on the roof, the internet had an outage for about 30 seconds at T-minus 40 seconds. They left the hold and the internet shut off. We're still trying to figure out why that happened. Are train tracks and trains cheaper to operate than trucks? For moving massive amounts of goods, Xanax? Yes, absolutely. It was not Starlink. We have a fiber connection at the Margaritaville Hotel. American. Yeah, it wasn't that. All systems of 7.5 years. Let's go, Yakograd. Big Body, 78-month resub. Yeah, Factorio taught you anything. Leave twice as much space as you think you're going to need. That is the precise reason why I have tons of extra space built into this design. That is something else that Bakalakadakistan taught me. Leave space. Leave space for things. You don't want to shoehorn everything into one small area and then have a huge traffic jam. And Factorio does inadvertently teach that. The other thing that we are working on is utilities. I have my utilities and power substations scalable. We can scale the designs if we need it for up to 30 megawatts, which is, yeah, pretty dang good. And I have a substation design that I keep using here. Yeah. Hey, Jacob's converted a Prime sub to a Tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. All right. You guys have a hardline run from the site at Starbase to Margaritaville, or is it a direction? It's point-to-point antennas. 60 gigahertz. Point-to-point antennas. I know firsthand, Hellfish. I helped put them in. That's why I was down there so long, dude. I was helping Das get the work on some crazy networking stuff. Dude, Das is a wizard when it comes to this. He's like, oh yeah, let's just use this. It's like, okay. Excuse me. Yeah. Dude, we have point-to-point antennas and we had to align them. You know how we align them? A high-powered laser pointer. Yep. So the antennas that we put up have a scope on them. They have a peep sight. Think about it like irons on a rifle. They have a peep sight, right? And in order to get them aligned, we did it in the middle of the night. So Das and I were like up on the roof, right? And Dan and Gage were at the highway site across the channel, like 5 miles away. And we had a laser pointer that we used to shine, right? Like, obviously, it doesn't, you can look at it from 6, 7 miles away. And we use that to get the right azimuth for the dish. The dishes are actually super cool. They have set screws, and the mount for them works like a screw jack. So there's 2 knobs on them that you can twist, and it actually changes the pitch and yaw of the antenna, so to speak. So you use the gun sight and the antennas and line it up with the laser. That's how we did it. It's super cool, actually. We used the dish. Oh, that Boga dust must be making you sneezy. You got a turbo up your nose? Yes, yes. It's a turbocharger. Windage and elevation. Yeah, there you go. Good to see you back. Flight go okay? Yeah. I mean, except for the ship blowing up. That's how you would have done. There you go, Ernok. Yeah. Good stuff, man. It was awesome, dude. It was a lot of fun. We upgraded so much stuff. It was a lot of quality of life stuff for the entire network. So, dude, Das has like a spider web of internet connections that all go from the Margaritaville Hotel. It's super cool. Was it Ubiquity 60 gigahertz wavelengths? Smids, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, I'll get you pictures of those. Hang on. Ubiquity 60 hertz. Dishwasher? It was one of these bad boys. Let me find it. It's some super trick stuff. It really, really good. The Ubiquity, the product is quite nice. It's a very, very well-made piece of equipment. I actually really, really dig it. And some of that is using PoE as well, which is actually super cool. I'll admit, I'm not smart. I can't find a picture of it. It's a Ubiquity 60 hertz dish. I'm not smart enough to understand PoE just yet, but if I looked at it right, I think it's beaming power back and forth. That doesn't, for some reason in my head, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But they're using a lot of PoE, and that's a little bit above my pay grade. You know what I mean? Yeah, PoE is not Path of Exile. It's power over internet. Power over Ethernet, excuse me. It's super, super cool. Yeah. We basically got fiber out in the middle of nowhere in Boca Chica, which is pretty rad. I think the dish itself might be PoE. Yeah, that makes sense, Drummer. I think it's 48 volts, Steve, if I saw it right. I mean, I hooked it up. It said 48 volt PoE, so I'm going to go ahead and guess that that's probably the amount of power it uses. So when do you plan on sending me that footage? Soon. Yeah. Yeah, super cool stuff, guys. It's super trick. Like, I'm not a big networking nerd, but what's set up there is actually super cool. It's super interesting, and I helped set it all up. Basically, DOS was like, EJ, put that antenna there. Ah, okay, boss. You know? It is super cool, though. All the solar panels and everything. You guys saw the setup during the Flame Trench. Like, how they have it all set. It's super cool. If you haven't seen the last Flame Trench on NSF, go watch it. It was really fun. So you're Lenny, huh? Yeah, whatever. I pick things up and then I put them down. So, yeah, that's what I've been doing. I helped set up that whole network. Like, the whole upgraded network. We were getting I think it was 2 gigabytes. Or 2 gig... I always get them confused, guys. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. 2 gigs up over the channel, which is super nice. Yeah, very, very high bandwidth. The problem now is that we have bottlenecks everywhere else. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm an idiot, guys. I'm not a networking nerd, dude. I always get the stuff confused. Here's the real question. Do you know why it's 48 volts? No. Probably because Cat 5s use a 48 volt architecture. Your Ethernet uses 48 volt architecture. That's my guess. Just wait until you see SPE PoE. It will blow your mind. It's to simulate ring voltage for voice over IP telephones. Alright. Cybertruck also uses PoE for its wire harness and power accessories. Yeah. That's super cool, Andrew. I know that. It's 48 volt because of the way it is. It's to simulate ring voltage for VoIP telephones. 48 volt just to keep the current down, too. Yeah. It's cool, man. That whole thing is super neat, man. Yeah, I helped set that whole thing up. That's what I was doing down there for 2 weeks. You know, there's always something to do, always something to fix. I fixed Jack's truck. I fixed the NSF truck. The NSF truck didn't need much. It was just rust prevention. A lot of it, because that thing goes out onto the beach, and then the tide comes in. A lot of rust prevention. A lot of rust prevention was needed. I also cut and buffed the paint to protect it so it won't rust anymore. Yeah. But we do need to put the NSF truck up on a rack and start... We got to put it up on a lift at some point and start messing, like, with the underside because stuff is getting caked. The problem is not necessarily the salty air. Salty air does suck. But when you drive it on the beach, you drive it through wet sand, that sand gets shot up into the undercarriage and it stays there and it traps salt water. So it's basically like constantly soaking metal with salt, which is very bad. So is the hotel a permanent hub for NSF now? Right now, yeah, sure, drummer. We have our own fiber line being run from Margaritaville. Like, we're not using the hotel's Ethernet. We have our own line teed in through there, which is super cool. How was it working on a Land Rover rather than a Ford or American car? Well, Land Rovers from that era are pretty much Fords, Joe. Ford owned Land Rover when Jack's truck was made. I see a lot of Fordism stuff in it, but there's also a lot of just There's also a lot of weird stuff in there. Like the Land Rover uses a hub-centric rim, which is very strange to me. I don't know why you'd do that. Like, that's just needlessly complicating your lug nut design. And wouldn't you know, Jack has a lug nut stud missing from his left front tire, which, don't worry, we're getting the parts to fix it. Tessa, if we're coating the trucks in bed liner, you got to do it in a paint booth. If you spray the bed liner in high humidity and it's humid down there, you're trapping moisture against the metal and it'll rust from the inside out, even with bed liner. You got to be careful about that. The other thing I noticed is that there's a very strange drive shaft design. Yeah, it's not as simple as just punching out U-joints. The drive shaft has a Heim joint built in. And I understand why it's doing that, but that's just one more thing that can absolutely go wrong on a vehicle that's designed for overlanding. And I'm not really 100% sure why you'd do this. I know the reason why. It's... Here, I'll show you. So... if you look at the front drive shaft, this is what I replaced. So up here, coming out of the transfer case, you have a drive shaft flange, right? And the drive shaft flange is attached to a U-joint, and that U-joint is attached to this thing. And this thing has another U-joint right there, right? And then there's a slip yoke built into the drive shaft. Basically, this part right here is on there's a cylinder that goes inside of the drive shaft, and it allows the drive shaft to extend and retract. It's telescopic. Now, why? Well, when your front suspension goes up and down, you need to compress and decompress the drive shaft. So it's called a slip yoke. The slip yoke's built into the drive shaft. That's nothing weird. Then you have a front U-joint here, and then you have your front drive shaft flange that goes to the third member, right? That goes to the diff, right? Now, in here, it's very interesting. This part right here, this U-joint right here, the ears on this part of the yoke actually go forward, right? Like this part goes forward, and then there's a pilot bearing right here. That pilot bearing goes into a Heim joint. So this is the U-joint that failed on Jack's drive shaft. So if you want to punch this out, you're not just replacing a damn U-joint. You're replacing a U-joint and a Heim joint, which is a huge pain in the butt for just fixing a U-joint. It's really, really, really annoying. Like, here, I'll draw it for you real quick. Like, okay, so you have the drive shaft right here, right? And then you have the ears, right, where your U-joint is, right? And then obviously you have your U-joint. And then the front of that drive shaft has basically a pilot bearing right here. And inside of that thingamajigger that looks like this, right? There's a ball joint right here. And that picks up on a Heim joint. It's basically a ball and socket joint that's built in. Now, if I had to guess, right? So like if we're looking at it from the side right here, you have U-joint 1, right? And then the drive shaft keeps going forward and it pilots like that. And then there's a ball and socket built into this thing. Right? Like that. And then you have U-joint 2 right here. And then you have, to your transfer case, and that's to the front. Right? That ball and socket right there. If this U-joint fails, you have to replace this. Because there's no way you're getting this U-joint out without breaking that Heim joint. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know who designed that. But it's kind of dumb. Like, this is not something you're going to fix on the side of the road. Now, if I had to guess why you would do that in the first place, that's probably designed to keep your drive shaft and your pinion output concentric for bigger articulation. So, the drive shaft can go all the way down like this, and that Heim joint is actually keeping your U-joints in line. I'm pretty sure that's why that's there. It's designed to prevent binding, because universal joints can only bend so much before they lock up. They will snap. Speaking of port, I have stuff in the pipe for Bluefist after taxes. Nice. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why that's there. There it is. Look, and it fails all the freaking time. That right there is, see the pilot? Look, if this front U-joint fails, it'll destroy the Heim joint in there, and it did. It destroyed the Heim joint. Like, see, the drive shaft has, and first of all, it's a pain in the butt to punch a U-joint out of that. That sucks so much, dude. Yeah, see the pilot right there? And then this is where the ball and socket would be. Like, I don't know why you do that way. Well, except for the fact that it's basically, like I said, it's there for articulation. It's there to make sure your U-joints don't bind up when your suspension is fully decompressed. But yeah, that's what I was doing. That's the part that I had to fix. And see the slip yoke right there? That's the point. It's supposed to be fixed at the dealer. Dude, yeah, Sawyer, you are not fixing that on the side of the road. So I was just like, oh, I'll just punch out a U-joint. It won't be it's not a big deal. I can fix this, no problem. So that turned into a whole thing. We ended up leaving Jack's truck at Rocket Ranch for a little while. But yeah, dude, see? Look. If this U-joint gets hogged, and it does, right? That's what Jack's that's what that U-joint looked like when I got the freaking thing apart. It looked like that. That's supposed to be a circle. See how it's not? It looks like an egg? That's bad. And then I got this thing apart, and the Heim joint was like throwing a hot dog down a hallway. The needle bearings were gacked. There's bearings in here to keep this thing nice and happy. They were gone. There's also bearings here. They were gone as well. There was no needle bearing. Jack was driving around a truck with a U-joint that had no needle bearings in it. What causes that? Salt, grease, no grease. They didn't grease the U-joints. Yeah, you gotta keep the stuff greased or else it's gonna fail. Hot dog down a hallway. The Heim joint was Heim joint int. Catching. There's supposed to be a ball and socket right here. There was no ball and socket. It was totally wallered out, dude. This part right here, forgive me for what I'm about to do. That part right there was, because the U-joint failed, was basically doing this inside of that Heim joint. Like, mixing instead of spinning. And it totally ruined it. That whole drive shaft was junk because one U-joint failed. It ruined the entire drive shaft. So, like, what I'm trying to tell you is that I don't hate Land Rover designs, but whoever designed that was not thinking about when that breaks. I could say that with the utmost certainty. You were not thinking about what happens if that U-joint fails. If it fails, you need a whole new drive shaft, because you're not fixing that on the side of the road unless you really know what you're doing. And I'll admit, setting needle bearings is that's a little bit out of my purview. I don't know how to do that right. And that's why I was just like, Jack, get a new drive shaft, like now. Get a new drive shaft now. So, yeah. I don't know what the hell that's about. My trucks don't have any of that kind of crap in it, dude. There's no Cardiff Heim joint thing going on there. That my trucks don't do that. That Land Rover does, though. And once again, I understand the reason. It's for more articulation. But that is the type of thing you put on a vehicle that's designed like a Baja 1000 truck, not something on a road vehicle. That's a little bit ridiculous. But hey, Kelly. Hey, Pat, what's going on? So I have a bone to pick with some Land Rover engineers, but once again, I think all trucks use Cardiff joints like that. I'm pretty damn sure that like modern Ford trucks have them on it too, which is just stupid. Oh yeah, Sawyer, you're saying the front drive shaft. Oh man. You're saying, yeah, if the front drive shaft fails, right? And the U-joint completely separates, it punches a hole in the transmission. Guess what this front drive shaft is next to? The transmission bell housing. Oh yeah. Land Rover's the same way. If that U-joint had completely failed when Jack was driving down the road, we would be replacing the transmission right now. You could say whatever you want about Ford trucks, okay? Ford trucks don't do crap like this. At least the old ones don't. New ones, they probably do, but... Land Rover, not Street Rover. Yeah. I punched the U-joint out, no problem. But when I punched it out, I figured out I didn't know there was a Heim joint in there, so I guess I paid the stupid tax there. But, you know, Jack fortunately got a drive shaft. And we fixed it, and hopefully he made some money off of the prints that he got from pictures that he got because he has an operable vehicle. Also, all the doors work on his Land Rover. Now, once again, with that all being said, dudes, all right, with that all being said, Jack's Land Rover is not a bad piece of equipment. It's just a Land Rover with 300,000 miles on it. That's the problem. Everything is tired. But believe it or not, that's a California truck. It really doesn't have a lot of rust on it. There's scale everywhere, but there's no rot. And I know that that's ridiculous for a Land Rover. I'm telling you, his disco is not in that bad a condition. 300,000 miles. He crossed 300K when I was there. Shaw, yeah. Oh, yeah. Pretty good, damn good testament to that design. Like, it's obviously not bad. All right, anyway. Does he clean it frequently? I cleaned it. Does that help? There you go, JP. Yeah, 03 Suburban. That's when Chevy built stuff correctly, dude. I told him, dude, you have like a unicorn here. You got to wash this thing like every 2 weeks. Take it to the coin up. It's $12. Take it to the coin up and take a pressure washer to the undercarriage. If you do that, this thing will last to 500,000 miles, no problem. He's a high vehicle. Jack would need his box. Roasted. All right, dudes. Anyway, let's get to designing. What do we have to do? I think the last thing I designed was the farm. We designed the farm to... Yeah, okay. I got the farm all working. Okay. Makes me wonder if he's changed the oil. I changed the oil, drummer. I changed the oil. I burped the cooling system. I fixed all the doors. I fixed the drive shaft. I did a lot of work to that thing. And the NSF truck. Planning for the future? That's exactly what I'm doing, Pigeon. Yeah. So by the time... So if you guys noticed, I have... Instead of having one big grain silo, we have 4 smaller grain silos that equate out to basically something bigger than the big grain silo. I don't like building out a big grain silo. I had a bad experience last time we did that. Yep. Nope. Gonna have a bad time. I think you were looking at where to put power plants. Power plants are gonna go over here, in this area right here. Yeah, that's where that's heading. Did you speak sweet nothings to it so it runs perfect? Yeah. I did. When we burped the cooling system, we burped the cooling system in a parking lot near the at a O'Reilly's distribution hub near the Mexican border. So it's funny. I poured it in, and I was like, now if we're gonna burp the cooling system, right? Because it got low on coolant, right? If we gotta do that, it's gonna geyser a little bit, right? And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, it's gonna geyser a little bit because we're bleeding all the air out of the system, right? So in the coolant overflow tank, I'm like, if this thing starts shooting out like a geyser, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. And Jack goes, oh yeah, too much air in the lines. If you have too much air in the lines, it can't cool itself. That's like having he goes, that's like having a positive void coefficient on an RBMK nuclear reactor. And I'm like, I go, Jack, why do you know that and not know this? And he kind of looked at me and went, huh. I go, I can't decide what's weirder. You not knowing how a cooling system on a car works and knowing how a nuclear power plant cools itself. Or B, I understood exactly what you meant. I don't know what that says about us, but yeah, I wish I had gotten this on camera. It was the funniest thing ever. He's like, oh, this is like a positive void coefficient on a graphite tip nuclear reactor. I'm like, yes, that's right. But why do you know that and not how to keep the truck cool? Damn it. That's it, dude. It's the same thing. I was like, that, yep, all right. Okay, sure. Why not? And nuclear power plants are much simpler than cars for me as well. All right, it means you're nerds. I'm like, all right, whatever. Whatever, man. I'm like, I don't know what's weirder. The fact that you know that or the fact that I understood it. All right. It's a little strange. Something like that, Shy, yeah. Nuclear power plant, rocket engine, whatever. Yeah. Tell him that, Tessa. What are you telling me? Duckman, your degree is in engineering physics, specializing in nuclear waste classification. May have something to do with it, Duckman. Oh, yeah, yeah, the fact that you know nuclear better, yeah. There you go. Cars are just little mini power plants. Oh, they are. They're little mini power plants. It's pretty cool. He's more likely to listen to you. Yep, yep. What junkyards down there? You find some good stuff? Didn't get a chance to raid the junkyards, but there's OBS Fords everywhere, Enoch. Everywhere. Everywhere. There are like fields of them, dude. Makes me happy. All right, anyway, let's get into building, dude. We'll have more stories during space news. You get that. Smarter Every Day recently discussed that, right, Andrew? Yeah. All right, let's roll. So we were working on the farms. I got my grain silos figured out, and I wanted, once again, we're building for scalability. So the first grain silo we're going to build is probably this one. So we can just export crops. The second one over here, we're going to build so we can build a food factory. And the food factory is probably going to end up over here somewhere. Basically, I'll have a train. I'll have a train come around here and basically get into the cargo terminal and start dropping off crops. Here. Oh, that was it. That's the breakthrough that we had. I have another port over here. There's another factory connection right here. See? So we can... What were we trying to do with that? Nice, Joe. That's cool. Nice, Vargon. There you go. Yeah, drummer. Texas, basically anywhere from like middle of Texas over to California, really, really easy on cars. It fries paint in interiors though. The sun basically just fries the paint right off. Maybe make textiles. Mill, that's what I have slated for this space right here, in industrial space. There was something here. We have meat storage right there. And then I wanted crop storage here so we could feed to a food factory.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Space and space workers and resources. What's up, Sun Temple? Yeah, crops are gonna basically feed a food factory here. I think that's what we had planned. Your last workers and resources session. Oh. Let me see. I heard Sweden something. Let me see. Where were we at, Drum? I'm not logged in on this computer. Alright, here we go. Let's see, what was I working on? We could look at Plesetsk. Yeah. So I changed the title to, like, I don't feel good. Okay, we made the Y. That's the space shuttle. That's when I was talking about the server power amplifiers. I remember that. The manure. I remember that. We were working on the substations. It's me flattening terrain. That's working on Starbase. That's Starbase trajectories, and that's placing the big fields, I believe, was the last thing we did. And figuring out the farm design. And we were looking at Košice in Slovakia, and then it switched to Flame Trench. Okay. Probably going to put commercial on the outsides here,
Yep.
and then residential on the insides.
Yep.
Picture this like a main drag for this part of the city. But once again, this is more than enough real estate to develop out a really nice plan.
I'm listening to Past Me.
This is more than enough. As what I want to do, as long as we're sitting here and planning this, right? So let's look at.
Okay. Yeah, all right. I think I got it. I wanted to put a food factory here so the trains can drop off crops at the food factory. Now, what does the food factory have for internal storage? 41 tons of crops. So we're constantly gonna need trains coming in and out. All right. So, yeah, that's going to need trains coming in all the time. We need to have some localized storage here. Now, these warehouses can hold crops, too. They don't necessarily need to be in a grain silo. Food is stored in a different one. I understand that. I'm not talking about food. And I'm talking about bringing trains in and delivering the crops and water that we need to make the food, right? Previously on Workers and Resources. On the last episode of EJ's Labor Camp. Shh! Are you open to modding this game? No. So what I'm wondering, dudes, I'm just going to go ahead and ask. Can we cargo terminal to grain storage and then grain storage to food factory? Like, could we string them like this? Like, just, that's not a finalized design. I'm wondering if it'll pull. I know sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes that wouldn't pull. You think so, Drummer?
You wouldn't be able to export this way. Well, food could be delivered to this, the warehouse, and the warehouse could be exported if we wanted to do food export. Station will push and the factory will pull. All right, so that's doable. All right, cool. Just wanted to be sure, because I believe how I had this set up is that eventually I don't want food production over here, because if we put food production right next to this, we get the benefit of having the crops there and having it always full. But getting people from all the way over here to all the way over here is a pain in the butt. It's easier to move the resources via train here and move it closer to the people so the people can actually work there. That makes sense? That was my idea. I'll leave all this space for forklifts and parking lots and whatnot, and probably a bus station too. I mean, I have a place over here. All right. Okay. All right, so that's what we were doing there. Grain silos are all figured out. Track silos are good though because distribution depots can trigger on its level. So if you have the factory off for whatever reason, the train won't deploy. Yeah, yep. That makes it so basically stuff is going one way. And if we want to export food, we would need to take it from the food factory to the warehouse and feed it right back into the cargo terminal. That's okay. I don't really have a problem with that, considering there would be a very short trip. Or we could do it with forklift tracks, but I'm not sure we'll... Alright, anyway. Alright, cool. Alright, so we know that'll work. Forklifts are god-awful. I'd rather a direct connection. Yeah, forklifts are so bad. They're terrible. Will you need fertilizer for the farms and storage tanks? I'm going to go ahead and say we probably should. There is provisions for a fertilizer tank here. Should probably do that. I mean, but then again, we have a lot of tank. I know that this will pull. It absolutely will pull like that. Fertilizer via road or rail? I could do either one. I did make a spur line coming down here. One, to get at the grain silos over here. And two, just to have a track come down here. So we could bring fertilizer in if we really wanted to. You don't really need a fertilizer tank. Yeah. How much can that hold internally? 100. It can hold 100 tons internally. Yeah, I think we're all right. Okay, cool. Dang it, now I want to play Workers and Resources. Hanging around Starbase for a long time made me want to play Workers and Resources, man. All right. I think what we can do now is work on building out the city. I still need to do utilities and drainage. That's really, really important. We need to do water, drainage, stuff like that. Let me think. Let me think how I want to do this. Hey, Sneaky. Welcome back. What's up? What's going on, buddy? Dude, I may have been gone for 2 weeks, dude. It feels like I've been away for a lot longer. It's very strange. Like, once again, time in Boca Chica is like, time dilation is absolutely a thing. Hey, Jens, what's going on, buddy? I am home. Yep, I'm back in Baston. This one's a house getting built on South Padre Island. Go look at the real estate prices, SBI, and then talk to me. Fucking hangnail. Sorry about that. I don't mean to put my fingers in my mouth on stream. My bad. Want to do a timeshare? We'll see. talk to Das. No. All right. Let me think. So we got to do water. Let's start thinking about this. I'm pretty sure we could pull water from wherever. I'm not moving to Brownsville. Sorry. I'm not doing that. All right, let's start messing around in here. I think I want to use this for sewage. Yeah, I definitely do want to use this for sewage. We're gonna need to move. We're gonna need another bulldozer depot down here somewhere, so I can start building out and planning out the power plant area. Yeah, that's what we were doing. Farmland is good to go. I will say I played around with the in-games with the game myself to test things, and it makes me concerned with how you've made your rail depot. Sneaky, I'm not trying to be a jerk. What the hell am I supposed to do with that statement? Say what's wrong, or don't. I'm nipping that right in the butt. Well, I don't know, your rail depot's into that. Thanks. What? I'm not trying to be mean. I'm an idiot. Tell me what is wrong. Don't be like, well, you might have some problems there. That does not help me, dude. That doesn't help me at all. I know about Captain of Industry beer. Yep. I placed mine about half that distance, and the first rail placer had problems with workers in distance building just a rail line to the customs. Placed mine about half that distance, and the first rail placer had problems with worker timings and distance building just a rail to the customs. They would go home before it could get to the rail. Oh. Get a different track builder, dude. You need a better track builder. You were probably using AGMUs. Those things are caca. AGMUs are minimum viable track building. Sneaky, what I'm going to do is use an AGMU in this to build 4 pieces of rail. Well, actually a little bit more. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then buy an EDK. That's your problem. The AGMU track building speed is caca. Yeah, no, I was trying to build the track with the AGMU to handle the upgrade. Interesting. I was thinking about Captain of Industry when you wanted to dump all the poop in the lake. Oh, yeah? Dude, this game is like... I haven't played Captain of Industry beer, but this game is like Captain of Industry, City Skylines, and Factorio all rolled into one. That's why I like it so much. This is a fantastic game. Anyway. Sorry for the suspense then. Didn't want to wall of text. That's all good. All good, Sneak. I got you. I appreciate the courtesy, man. Thank you. Yeah, you gotta tell me though. I like, dude, remember, streamer brain. Streamer brain makes you dumb. It absolutely is a thing. I don't care what anybody says. Streamer brain. It's definitely a thing. This is why, like, this is why sometimes I'm like, yes, Chad, and then we take into account 2 + 2 = potato. People are like, what? I'm like, yeah, potato, right? That's right. Potato. Yeah. Like, you ever try to see a streamer do math, like, on stream? Unless you're, like, completely locked in, it's not gonna work. You'll make the dumbest mistake. That's just streamer brain, dude. It happens on YouTube. It happens with YouTubers, too. Like, on Let's Plays. Like, I swear, streaming and doing YouTube videos makes you stupid in the moment. I don't know what that's about, man, but it's absolutely a thing. The correct answer is fish. Yep, and it's Monday. Yep. Oh, I remember. I think the track for the granaries may be very bumpy. I'm pretty sure I flattened this all out. It does take a lot of bandwidth, Phil. And you always have in the back of your mind, like, am I talking to chat enough? Am I engaging with you guys enough? Am I providing good content? Does this content suck? Is the stream doing well? Am I dropping frames? Like, how's the YouTube chat going? How's the Twitch chat go? Dude, I'm telling you, all that mental bandwidth doesn't seem like it takes up a lot, but then you know, you're worrying about all that stuff, and then you're like, yes, 2 times 5 is 8. Wait, no, 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 it's got to be your bowl. Dude, it absolutely happens. That's absolutely a thing. You've seen me do it a bajillion times. The only time you get math right is when you are locked in. Like, that's the only time I'm like, yes, the square root to the power of 7, the log sine 3, blah, 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 blah. Like, I'll just do it out and I'll be like, after the fact, like, I'll be like, wow, that was pretty cool. Couldn't do that again if I tried, though, but, you know. All right, anyway. So, we need utilities. We got to work on drainage. We got to work on water. Square root of 1,000. 100. Don't do this. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, man. It's 100 times 100 is 1,000, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Why are you doing that? That's messed up. Why? Stop. Stop this. You stop this now. I hate you so much. See what I mean? I'm gonna build my damn water plant. Leave me alone. I'm taking my water plant and going home. Hey, Kate.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yippee! 2-month resub. How are you doing? Taking my water plant and going home. See what I mean, man? Why would you do that? Why would you toy with my emotions? I'm having trouble getting back into the groove here. Anyway. Alright, let's get over here. So I suppose working on the endpoint for water is probably a good idea. Let me just take a measurement here. What are the different heights of terrain that we have? Okay. So we have 40 feet above sea level, 15 feet above sea level. The highway's 50 feet at ASL, right? First thing we really got to do is get, yeah, see, we got to get, let's try to build the bridge crossing here. We really can't go any further than that. All right, cool. All right, so building out water and sewage that we're going to put over here is going to require us building another bulldozer depot. Right here, if you look, I have a depot with an excavator and a bulldozer that I've been using to modify all the terrain. Now, modifying terrain isn't free in this game. They need fuel. So I got to build another one of these down here somewhere. But what we should do when we move that bulldozer depot or build another one, like the only money that I've spent is money on gas and the couple of excavators. What we should do is figure out what the maximum range is of this bulldozer depot, right? So X that, center something on here, and then figure out where the maximum is. It's pretty much 6,000 feet. Yeah, 6,000 feet. So, where should the next bulldozer depot go? Well, to get maximum overlap, right, we would want to go 6,000 feet from here, right? But it's a sphere of influence. Remember, the bulldozer depot works on a sphere. And that, see, 6,000 is the maximum. So we got all the way. See, there's the end right there. That's why that road isn't finished. We got all the way to the border right there for the most part. So we do want a little bit of an overlap though. So what I'm going to do is measure 10,000 from here. And that should get us the next spot for our depot. That way it works like a Venn diagram. We have overlap. So we have, because it's a sphere of influence, right? So, right, if we have one depot right here, right, and that has a circle right here, a sphere of influence, you don't want to put your other one like way over here and then have that circle over here somewhere, right? No good. You want overlap. You want it to look like a Venn diagram. You want to overlap the SOIs. So, something like that, you know what I'm saying? And then we're going to need, obviously, something like that as well. Careful with this drawing. I noticed it halfway through, and I made sure I made it look more understandable. So how much overlap do we want? Let's go 10,000. That way there's 1,000 feet of overlap between our bulldozer depots, right? So right around here would be the good spot for the next site. Right? Are you still in Texas? No, Michael, I'm back home. Yeah, the bulldozer is used for modifying huge tracts of land. I don't like her. What's wrong with her? She's rich. She's got huge tracts of land. Now, the best spot to put it, the final spot to put it is going to be over here somewhere, basically on the coast of where I want my deep water port to be. This was me messing with an airport, by the way, in case anybody's wondering what that is. So, the best way to do this would be to go here. Build this out, and then we need a road depot. Right? Put the depot first, and then we need a gas station. Now, we can build free gas stations, basically just a fuel stockpile right there, and go. Now, I should have a distribution depot set up. The distro is all the way down here by the border. This is just a distro with one single fuel truck designed to fuel up the bulldozer depots. Now, can't find a path to this building. Huh. Charles, I'm gonna dredge this. This is super deep water right here, and this is a good place for the port to go when we eventually do it, and it leaves a bunch of extra space. Yeah, we were using the terrain tool, and we figured out that that's super deep, so we'll dredge this. We'll dredge this isthmus. I think that's what that is. And we'll, make a big port in there. Perfect crossover, beavers and resources. Yeah. So he can't get to that because there's bridges there that haven't been built. Imagine if this game had natural disasters, city skyline style with a giant tidal wave. That would suck. A lot. Yeah, that would suck. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. That is going to be a temporary road. The reason why is that it has that awful thing there. I hate that a lot, but that'll be a road that guys should be able to use. Buddy should be able to use that to get there. I hate doing this way, but it's fine. Now, we should go to distro, and he should be able to get to it. There we go. Now, the real key is, do we buy another set of bulldozers and excavators? I don't see why we shouldn't. Yeah, earthquakes are enough. Thank you very much, sadistic guy in Twitch chat. Yeah, Raiden, that sadistic guy in Twitch chat is my lead moderator. No, Mill? You don't think so? What we could do is split, because we have 2 excavators and 2 bulldozers. We could split them, right?
Discovery.
Hey, Vind, 8-month resub. So we could unpause the game for a moment. The fuel truck will go down here and take a very weird route through the city to get to this. Actually, a shorter... it doesn't really matter. I mean, you're not sadistic, you're sarcastic. Oh. Oh. Oh, hi, drummer. Yeah. Something, friends close and enemies closer. That's fair. So, Mill, you think I should split them? Yeah. You know what? That's a good idea. Take these 2 and send them there. We are actually going to unpause the game here for a moment. I know. Very weird. And then the fuel truck should be grabbing fuel. There we go. Hey, Alucard, what's going on? With how many roads you have designed, you'll need a decent fleet of dozers to build them in due time. That's correct, dude. I'm building out everything that I need, and then we got to figure out the order of operations to make said thing. Hey, Badger, what's going on? You love watching the logistical planning? Jacob, so yeah, I'm about that life, dude. Got some rain. Bro, you have peak planning. And, bro, you have peak planning. Are you making an Autobahn? Basically. Abdellahu, yeah, that's what this road is. A centralized highway. Okay, so I have a theory in real life, and keep in mind, I'm no civil engineer, right? No civil engineer, I'm just a nerd, okay? I have a theory about transport systems. I don't think that we should go all train heavy and walkable, nor do I think we should go all car centric. It should be everything. So I'm championing every single type of system. I have a very, very robust and well built out train track, but we're also building autobahns as well. I want both. I want both of those things. You go train heavy, to be honest? Sure. Bonbons. Yeah. So when are you going to make Edgecod in this game? Give me some time. Give me some time. Thump, do you not see what's going on here? Do you not see? Do you not see what's going on? I want maximum walkability, maximum car centricism, maximum train centricism. That's what I'm going for. I want all of it. You know why? Because I'm greedy, okay? I want the best train systems. I want the best train systems, the best freight systems, the best truck systems, the best car systems. I want highways. I want train tracks 20 tracks wide. I want freight yards. I want super highways. I want super airports. I want everything. I want a dock that's gigantic that has thousands of ships going in and out of it. All right? Because I'm greedy. All right? I want all of the above. I want maximum walkability. You can walk to the grocery store. You can take the car to the grocery store. You can take the bus to the grocery store. You can take a tram to the grocery store. Take a train to the grocery store. Heck, if we get hardcore enough at this, take a helicopter to the damn grocery store, right? Like, that's what I want. What you're going to get is what the Germans call a Stau. Is that a good or a bad thing? Helicopter taxi. Yes. It's a traffic jam. Flying cars. Helicopters are those.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Pause the game again. Now we have the bulldozer out here. We have a bulldozer and an excavator out here, and then a bulldozer and an excavator right there. That should allow us to start messing with the terrain a lot more over here. Digital Alchemy, 37-month resub. Sounds more like capitalist city than communist city. Well, state-run capitalism. Let's look at it like that. Okie dokie. Think China. 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 You know what I'm talking about? Try that and see if that works. It seems to be working for them, right? It seems to be working pretty well for them. Let's figure this out. Mark your new boundaries. That's a good idea.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Endo. Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, Sneaky, I have. Let's just see how that infrastructure stands up to the test of time. When we built out our interstate highway system, it's lasted a half century. Let's see how long that works. I'd be genuinely curious. So they're building all this cool stuff, and that's all fine and dandy, but, yeah, we'll see. All right, so 5,000 from here, 6,000 from here is... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're good. We good. Lasted, it's hanging on by a thread in most places. Not bad, considering we didn't do that whole maintenance thing. You know, that maintenance thing was probably important. We should probably do that. Last subs, what's up? Oh, Schmoog with 120 months. Happy 10 years, buddy. You spent these last years using your platform in amazing ways, bringing your appreciation for all things engineering and science to as many people as possible. I've supported you all these years, and I look forward to supporting you for 10 more. Keep up the great work. I got you, Schmoog. Right on, man. You need to do a paid course on setting up road networks in this game. So, Abdella, I don't know if this is going to work. We'll find out. We'll find out. But, yeah, scalability seems to be key here. You really want to build in redundancy into your design. So, once again, this is going to be a highway. Is the highway going to be 5 lanes? No, probably not. Not at least for a while. But if I need more lanes, we can add more lanes, bro. Just one more lane, bro, please. It'll fix the traffic problems, bro. Please, I swear, bro. Bro, please, just one more lane, bro. Hey, Asterix, what's up? So, yeah. I also am very, very particular, not particulate. Particulate is a different word. Streamer brain. I'm also very particular about grading roads. I really like the roads to be nice and as level as possible and have minimal amounts of curves. The reason why curves and hills slow traffic down in this game, as they do in real life. So, you know, don't build those. Yeah, exactly. We seem to have forgot what that means. So here, I'll show you, for instance, Abdullah, I will show you exactly what I'm about. I know what I'm about, son. So let's go off of that center road, and let's drag the terrain tool for measurement all the way over here, right? So look, take this off. Now take a look at our profile. Over here, where it's already graded, nice and smooth. This part is not. We need to build a right-of-way for a highway. Highways, in real life, carry a ton of heavy traffic. So usually they're built up on a big mound like this so they can handle the load from trucks and whatnot. They have what's called a very, very thick subgrade. Basically, they built the highway up on a pyramid. Or they dug down and filled in put gravel or heavy-duty soil or packed down soil, not heavy-duty soil, whatever. Down to make it work, right? So what we're doing here is I'm now adjusting, using our bulldozer, I'm adjusting for my right of way. Now note I have this on the maximum size. Once again, leave room. Modern highways, doesn't matter what the country is, modern highways always leave a lot of extra space. Now there's a couple of reasons why they do that in real life. One, plan for future expansion is probably a good idea. 2, drainage. You ever see puddles on a highway? No. Why? Puddles on a highway is how people crash. Highways need to be able to drain copious amounts of water. So usually you see drainage culverts. Oh. The roads are crowned as well. The lanes or highways are built like this so water can drain off. Now, do we have to take that into account here? No, not really. There are potholes on Canadian highways, yeah. Mm-hmm. This is in an ideal world, I guess. So, bulldozer needed to refuel. So I have to unpause the game again for a second. Clear space so you don't immediately crash into trees if you drift off the road. Yes, Lex, my guy. I was hoping you'd be here for this explanation. So, leave a lot of space for future expansion. And also, we want it to look realistic, right? And we want it to be flat, right? The flatter the highway is, the faster your vehicles can go. Remember, curves and hills slow down traffic in real life. It's a point of congestion. In real life and in this game. What's going on, Likes? How you doing, man? Dude, like, some of the civil engineering that they got going down in Brownsville is amazing. They're building an LNG terminal on the other side of the port from Starbase. It is like... It looks like workers in real life. It is very, very much eye-pleasing. Eye candy. Why curves? How do they slow down traffic? Do you not have to slow down for a curve? If the curve is too tight, Pigeon, you're stepping on the brakes to go around it. That doesn't mean that highways can't curve, all right? Just to be absolutely 100% clear. That doesn't mean that highways can't curve. Highways can curve, but you want to curve, ideally curve on a radius, a turning radius where you don't have to slow down. Right? You ever notice the highway? Highway has, like, older highways are not built right. Like, okay, so let's take around here where I'm from. Let's take Boston, for instance. Boston has highways. Some of those highways and some of those right-of-ways were built in, like, the 1920s, when cars' top speed were, like, 23 miles an hour. So some of them are a little bit old, and in Europe, it's probably even worse. If you look at, no matter whether you're in the US or Europe or wherever, no matter what you look at with highways, right? Like a modern highway, they're designed to maintain traffic at about, I don't know, 100 kilometers an hour, 62 miles an hour, give or take. They're built around that. Like most highways, you don't have to slow down when you go around a corner because they keep the radius on the highway on the curves, they keep them very, very, very big. So you don't have to slow down. That's just modern highway design, baby. Yeah, a lot of EU cities were built with wagon and carriages. Yeah. Morgal, I'm one of the few cases in North America, on the North American continent, where we have the exact same frigging problem. Boston was built by the English in the 1630s. It's not... There are certain parts of the city where you're not taking a vehicle. And if you do, you better be a good driver. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for screwing that one up. We appreciate it. Keep up the bad work. So I live in one of the few areas in New England where, yeah, there are some really... There are a few areas in the United States, New England, where we have the same problems that you do.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Anyway, if you look at my profile tool, I am flattening out this curve, or flattening out the terrain here to make my highway as smooth as possible. I am WQD96. 2-month resub. Thanks, man. Be better drivers. Oh. You know what, Wolfie? I agree. Yeah, people from here should drive better because they drive like, what is a nice way of saying this? Butthole. They drive awful. Like, people don't know how to drive here. I don't know what that's about. People don't know how to drive here. It's very scary. Very scurry. It's not. It's just... I've gotten to the point where if I see somebody being an idiot on the road, I just avoid them. I'm just like, okay, you do that. It's like the SpongeBob episode of, where that has Pantera as a guest star, where Sandy and SpongeBob do all the extreme stuff. She's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to the park, the industrial park. Okay, you do that. This squirrel is trying to kill me. Looks like there's a little bit of a kink in the road that we didn't get. I'm not sure where that's going on. Oh yeah, there we go. We ironed it out. Read previous. Check Discord, please. I wanted to show you something. Did you tell me to see your last in YouTube chat so I could see your last in Discord, Trey? I just want to make sure we've established this type of meta here.
Discovery,
Oh,
go and throttle up.
Tess is here. 103, 106 months. Thank you. No. Thanks. Oh, thanks. Tessa with a tier 3 106-month resub. There's no special 106s that I can think of, so this is dedicated to STS 106 ISS construction by Atlantis. Not just sea lasting me on YouTube chat, Graph Shark. They're sea lasting to a sea last in Discord. Give me 1 second, Trey. So why am I taking the time to make sure this is perfectly flat? Well, one, the topography, the topographical lines in workers and resources are not, they don't match the fidelity of the profile curve. You can make this look like it's flat and basically make it the most bumpy road ever. I like to make sure that my highways are super flat. In fact, any road. You take the time to do this, your cars are gonna not slow down. You ever had a super bumpy road in this game? Your cars are bumping around all over the place. Every one of those bumps is slowing them down. And that's something that I've actually tested in this game. When I had, I tested it in this game when I had 2 trucks drive across the map in my old save. I had a truck drive with an empty load across my entire map, probably like 20, 30 kilometers across the map. And I had a truck with a full load of oil and a truck with an empty load of oil. And the truck with the empty load got there way before the truck with the full load. I know that grade slows you down. It absolutely is a thing. So the other thing that I'm doing is every quarter mile or about 400 meters, I'm adding turnarounds for my snow plows. Those will be for emergency vehicles only, or for the municipal vehicles. So once again, this is every quarter mile or 400 meters. Once again, it's for the snow plows, so the snow plows can turn around if they need gas or whatever. We're going to have to, for these big highways, we're going to need a DPW. We're going to need a Department of Public Works. That's just, yeah, we're going to need that. So having these strategic turnarounds on your highway is super useful. How much effort did you put into this map? A good amount, Ambitiona, yeah. A good amount. A lot of planning and a lot of time went into this. I don't know, probably like 20, 30 hours of planning thus far. Once again, why am I building out all this? Why haven't I built anything? Why is the game paused? I'm building what I want the city to look like in March of 1980. It's March of 1960 right now. I'm planning the entire thing. I find that that is the best way to do things in workers. Plan the entire thing. Don't just willy-nilly add stuff and add stuff and add stuff. Remember, you are a Soviet dictatorship. You can take your time. There's nothing that says that you need to get this done quick, right? If the game's paused, whatever, it doesn't hurt you. And it only costs fuel to move terrain around. So do it, right? Plan as much as you need to. You can take your time. It's not like anybody's depending on you, right? So the idea is that we're building for March of 1980, right? I'm building what I want the city to look like down the road, but I'm also implementing scalability into the design. So I've been using my railroad depot as an example. So this is basically my municipal railroad depot. What does that mean? Construction and storage. So these depots are, the two depots right there are basically a freight yard. That's where you store trains that you're not using. The construction depot is pretty straightforward stuff. It has the railroad construction equipment that build out all the tracks for you, right? Straightforward stuff. Now, if you note, I have 2 construction depots and 2 regular depots. Because in March 1980, we're going to need way more construction and way more trains to support this entire infrastructure. Does that mean right now I'm building all of this? No, I'm going to build those 2 and call it a day, just for now. Then we can build out the rest. Simultaneously, my electrical power grid. I have provisions set up for a second set of lines on my power grid. Right now, we only have a single set. We have a single 15 megawatt line going into where I want my city to eventually be. Single one is fine, but we could scale it to 30 megawatts if we need to down the road, which is how power lines work in real life. Power lines also have a high throughput. Power lines have a lot of space, especially if they're going through like rural areas. They leave a lot of space on either side. Now, there's 2 reasons for that. They obviously leave room for expansion, but there's this thing about trees growing near power lines. If the tree grows near a power line and it touches said power line, that's a really good way to get a forest fire, or just a fire in general. Electricity could arc off the lines through the atmosphere, right? And find the path of least resistance into the ground. So power lines tend to have a lot of brush cut on a wide berth on either side. That allows for easy expansion later, and it'll basically make sure you don't start a forest fire. California, I'm looking at you. Yeah, this is just one city. Guys, yeah, I'll be planning this city pretty much for the entire part of 1960. And then we have 2 other cities to design. I'm going to design another one over here. And then I do believe we're going to put another one over here at Telos. Because there's a gigantic oil field right here underwater. We gotta dredge this terrain. Did you get a chance to go to the P.O. box? I have not been in this state, Jojo, for the past 2 weeks. I'll go to the P.O. box sometime this week, dude, okay? The USPS is like, hey, you have packages here, come get them. I'm like, no, I don't think I will. And they're like, no, you have packages here, come get them. And I'm like, all right, cool. SVO, how was the end of the trip? I did my Cali trip to pick up the F550. Left Friday around noon and got back this morning. Right on, SVO. Jeff House says Sierra is targeting the end of the summer for Dream Chaser. Cool.
Discovery,
Hey,
North
Theix.
throttle up.
87-month resub. What's up, dude? So let's get this last bit of road. But yeah, that's what I'm building. I'm building to make this basically future-proof. That's what I found is the best way to do this. This is the best way to get this done. It's much easier to implement stuff this way if you sit there and you think about what you want to do. Unfortunately, that does take a little bit of time, but you guys seem to not be complaining, as far as I can tell, so. All right, we'll leave that there. So that's the extended highway. Here we go. Oh, that's the other thing. I was gonna build a bridge for the tracks to go underneath and have the train tracks come into the city. Yeah, that's what I want to do. What's the word on the Intuitive Machines lander? Athena tipped over. It looks like a leg broke again, Moondoggy. Interestingly enough. Definitely not complaining. Cool. All right. So we've extended our highway here. The other thing we do need to build out is the NATO side of this, connecting the city, but we'll get to that. Yeah, Jeff, exactly. Are we keeping paused until we have everything designed? Yeah, dude. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, you're just wondering. Yeah, of course, Jojo. I'll make it a thing to do it this week, dude. Sorry for the wait, and I know it's not like that. I'm just telling you what's up. It's not like, why haven't you checked my package yet? Just, yeah, give me some time. I'll get it, dude. I swear. I really didn't plan on spending 2 weeks in Texas, but here we are. At this rate, I could have just drove to Brownsville and give it to you yourself. Oh, don't say that. That makes me feel bad. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, we got barbecue. Don't worry, Toxic. I had a very, very, very scrumptiddly-umptious brisket sandwich. Multiple times. It was fantastic. All right. If you feel, buddy, remember I live in Houston. Okay. All right, man. All right, bruh. All right, let's check the grade on the train tracks here. See what I mean? Look. See? It looks like it's flat. It ain't flat. Trains are the same way. Trains don't like anything that's not perfectly flat ground. I mean, keep in mind, that's only like an inch deficit, but...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
For some reason it, yeah, might be float point. That's about as close as we're gonna get. Okay. How much is the extension that I made on this side? 800 feet. Right there. All right, so I'm going to extend the train tracks, and then what I want to do is build the road that goes across and start working on the power plant and utilities over here. There's also coal right here. So we could build the heating plant here. We could build the power plant here. Waste facilities. All of it could be built over here. Right next to my farmland. I'm sure that won't cause any problems. I'm sure it'll be fine. You know. Okay, so there's the main line. And then we need a frontage track. There's the frontage tracks. This track I'm just using as a spacer to make sure I can space the tracks correctly. Think your last would work. Super, 105-month resub. What is that? In before the next I Am Lander is in a gimbal cage. Tessa, if it was me, Here's what I do for the next IM lander. So the intuitive machines, the Nova Sea lander is like this, right? And then it basically has a landing leg that does that on either side, right? Right, and then you got your rocket nozzle right there. Struts to the top. Struts to the top like that. That's what I'd do. Triangulate your landing leg design. That's just me, though. Make it so your load path goes right to the top of the lander. Doing that will prevent it from... well, it'll prevent a leg from snapping. And it'll also basically use the tall lander's moment to stabilize you. That's the idea. Instead of working against you, it'll stabilize. It'll help you stabilize. That's what Blue Ghost did, believe it or not. 265. Oh wait, no. Didn't like that. How did I do this? I need this single track to split twice. Maybe build that one first and then paste it. Or do that and then... There we go. Does that look uniform to the other side? No, those are much more curvy. You're describing Starhopper. Interesting, right? Are you staying up for the lunar eclipse on Thursday night? I don't know. But we have SphereX and Punch tonight, too. That actually reminds me. The SphereX, the SpaceX, the Falcon 9 SphereX mission. Well, Falcon 9 and NASA. The SphereX mission is happening soon. No, it's got to be more curvy. It's not curvy enough. You have to make it more curvy. How are we supposed to instill fear into our enemies? The other thing is that track, the spacer track that I made, could be screwing it up. There we go. That should be good enough. If it doesn't get delayed again. Yeah, it was supposed to be the other day, wasn't it? Supposed to be over the weekend. Okay, so now that that's all built out, what I want to do is over here, I'm going to build out an extra segment of track. Now, why? Why am I building this? Well, what I want to do here is make a bridge. See that road? I want to make the road kind of curve up and over as much as it can so we can get the elevation that we need to get over the tracks. These are train tracks, as I said? Yeah. Prima, yeah, I'm describing Hoppy. Can you imagine how, like Starhopper, if it didn't have the straight ups, the uprights? If it didn't have those uprights, dude, they would have went to land and the legs would have snapped. They need an upright. I think that's what Intuitive Machines needs, but that's adding mass to your lander and taking away from payload capacity, which is probably the reason why they didn't do it. This is future-proofing, yeah, for the bridge, exactly. I'm building out a bigger right-of-way for more tracks, size up. That's what I'm doing here. You think they're going to fix Block 2 by the next launch? Probably not. Yeah, you heard that right. Probably not. I think the fix is coming, but it's going to take a time to implement the fix on their production line. You got to remember, SpaceX is mass producing these things. Right? They're mass producing them. So you have a production line, right? You have a production line. If you have a production line, sometimes it's going to take time to make things. If you implement a fix, it's going to take time to go through the production line. So no, I don't think they're going to fix it. What they'll probably do is modulate the throttle on the next flight to make sure that the vibrations don't cause as much leaks. Yep. Your thoughts are that they finally hit a roadblock and it's costing a few ships to finally fix. I think it's going to take time to implement the fix, sure. Yeah, I think that's fair. That's a fair way of looking at it. That's basically what I'm saying. Now, why, you know, I know people are going to say, why did they send it, though, if they knew if it was going to break? Do you have another way of testing for this? Think about it. Do you have another way of testing starships? How are you going to do a full duration burn? You can't do those down here. Massey's is not equipped to do something like that. It's not equipped to you actually don't have enough water to support a 6-minute burn. They can do a 1-minute burn, and that's when they run out of water. You're limited by the scale of your test stands, which is the reason why, I mean, that happens. So build bigger test stands could be a pretty cool thing to do. Personally, I think that's what they're going to use OLMB for. The second OLM, I think, in the flame trench, that's the big reason why I think they switched to a flame bucket system instead of the pad deluge. The flame bucket system is designed to handle long duration burns for super heavy and for Starship. Yep. What I think SpaceX will do in the near future is probably take this OLMB once it's implemented and put an adapter on the top to put a ship on the top so a ship can do a full duration burn, right? And while they're doing that, modify Massey's to be able to equip a full duration burn. That way you don't screw up your pipelines. Like, not physical pipelines, like the actual production pipelines. Yep. You got to think about it like an assembly line, guys. That's the only way that... You got to think about it like an assembly line because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to mass produce starships. Because what other reason makes sense for why they launched the same flight twice and had a failure in the exact same spot? Why would they do that? They obviously knew about this problem. They knew exactly what caused Flight 7 to fail. So why fly Flight 8? Why fly it like that if you knew it was going to fail again? It doesn't make any sense except for the fact that it only makes sense if you're mass producing a lot of ships, if you're hardware rich. So launch the outdated equipment, get some flight data. If it blows up, it blows up. So what? Do you think Highway 4 could use a parallel rail line? Highway 4 needs a parallel rail line and a parallel road. You need more lanes there. And the road needs to be redone. Highway 4 is a mess. A train line they could do with a train line in there. Yeah. I don't think it would take much. Railroad? Why? Fueling. Bring in the lox and methane via rail. The train tracks are all over here. Where's the closest line? So that's the yard inlet right there for the port, right? No. The line keeps going down here. And it goes to the heavy dock that they're building there. Wind turbine storage. See, you got heavy duty train tracks all the way down here. Seriously, fork this line right here. It looks like it goes to the scrapping area as well. And then there's some fuel stuff right there. How far does this... They have a double line all the way down here. Look at this. Dude, take that line and run it to Starbase. No joke. Take that train track, make it turn here, meet up with Highway 4, and then run it parallel. Run it parallel, have it go around the production site, and then make a huge fueling terminal right here. You probably can't because of a wildlife refuge, but you get the idea. Would it make sense to make underground train tracks? Yeah, Geeson, basically exactly that. Underground tracks? You're not making underground tracks here, Zizep. This terrain here, think Netherlands. You're not... Underground tracks? No. Not unless you absolutely need to. The Rio Grande estuary is a swampy, flat mess. It is... Yeah. You could pipeline it, sure. But yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure how well that's gonna work. Yeah, dude, it's a sandy... It's the Netherlands, dude. It's a sandy mess. You're not doing that there. And you can forget about, like, oh, why don't they just drain them? Why don't they just drain them like the Dutch did? Hurricanes. Hurricanes would fill that up very quickly. Anyway. So we need to figure out this bridge here. So what's the height that I put my bridges at? 75 to 50. So we need to be 25 feet up. So we're at 40 feet here. 40 plus 25 is 65. So let's raise up some terrain here to 65 and let's see where that gets us. Oh, perfect. You know, this isn't going to be a huge road. Like, this isn't going to be a highway. So, any other occasion, I would probably not be okay with putting a grade here like this. But this seems to be alright. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's too bad. So let me build out my set of roads here. And we'll make the grade. This is how I like doing this. I know there's other tools to do this way. Oh, I lined it on the grids. That's not what I want. I want that. There we go. This is how I like making graded roads in this game. I think this is the good way to do it. We don't necessarily have a sloping tool here, but check this out. We connect that road there. We right-click. See? It's going to start grading, but that's not good enough. We got to do it again. And then we got to do it again. And then we got to do it again. That's... I don't know how we managed to do that, but hey, whatever. I find that this is the really nicest way to do precise slopes. Now, if you want to do slopes on a mass scale, using the runway tool is probably a good idea. But for a smaller slope like this, the runway tool doesn't have the fidelity that I'm looking for to get this done right. See? Now, we get in here with the smoothing tool. Make sure all these edges are perfectly straight. And then let's test this with the measuring tool. See the grade? Is the grade nice and smooth? Yeah, for the most part, that's pretty good. It seems to be a little bit steeper up top. So what we could do is just give ourselves a little bit of breathing room here. Right, and then hit it with the smoother tool again. There we go. Nice, nicely graded profile right there. Perfect. It's a little weird right there, but that's okay. Now remember, this is not going to be that big of a road. This is just a utility road. It's not like a highway, so this kind of grade I'm kind of alright with. We can fit it here. We talked about curving the road across, but this should work just fine. I'm really, really not worried about it. Now get rid of our guide roads. We don't need those no more. See? Are you gonna air crew 10? Yeah, of course. When we, yeah, I'm here all week, Starlight. I ain't going nowhere. My wife won't let me. Remo was sad that I spent so much time in Texas. And personally, I don't like being away from my wife. I like my wife's company. I know. It's kind of strange in this day and age. There we go. Now you just smooth out the sides. Now you got a perfectly graded road here. So yeah, I'm going to be here all week, dude. I'm here for the foreseeable. In fact, the next time I'm probably flying out is probably the next Starship flight, so... Yeah, I know. Enjoy my wife's company. Isn't that strange? You know, like, sometimes I have to question, I'm like, wait, am I supposed to like, everybody's like, oh, my wife sucks. Like, wait, I don't have this problem. Should I be having this problem? I don't know. You know, like, I don't have this issue. Why does everybody have this problem? I don't get it. Like, Bree and I have talked about this before. Like, wait, are we supposed to hate each other? Because we don't. Like, are we... I don't understand. And maybe that could be... Some of that could be my naivete to this whole marriage thing. But, you know, whatever. Hating your spouse is a boomer take. That's my wife right there. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So, see, check that out. Now we got a nice bridge across... And we have the provisions to extend the tracks if we need to. Look at that. Oh, yeah. She ain't wrong. Give it 40 years? Yeah, I guess. I mean... But does it have to be concrete? Happy marriage, how dare you? Like, sometimes I'm like, am I doing something wrong here? Or like... Alright, so check this out, dudes. Remember how I just said a second ago, like using the runway tool to make a grade like that is not necessarily what you want. You use the runway tool for more coarse applications here, for like moving a lot of terrain. Picture the runway tool as your dynamite here. So see, I'm making a nice flat spot over here. Right, and we got a nice flat spot. So let's get the taxiway tool out and wait for it. See this hill? I don't want this hill to be here. See? Now, let's check our grade. Let's check the profile tool. Sorry. Yeah, no more hill. So now let's take our profile tool. Sorry, I needed to shoot off a message there. See, look. This is what I mean. The runway tool is great for moving a lot of stuff, but it's not good for fine precision. There's a lot of bumps in this, even though it looks relatively flat. I don't want that. So we're just gonna go across. Watch the profile line. Ready? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Smooth it. Smooth it out. Welcome home. Thanks, man. Does grading terrain affect the resources? No. As far as I can tell, it doesn't make that big of a difference. Okay, we have about a deviation of that much over the course of 1,400 feet. So that's about 500 meters. We have a deviation of probably like 2 centimeters. Pretty good. Pretty good. Now, to match this side here, let's measure the rise here from here to there. It's 300 feet, give or take, and we have a 15-foot elevation change. So I measured from right there. Okay, cool. So let's measure from right here, 300 feet. Let's put the road down. That's where we need our roads to go. And once again, just like before, we widen this out. And this is where the precision of this tool really comes in handy. So once again, you don't need to make the road. Just use the auto road grader to make you to give you a good start for a slope. See? This is how you make roads in this game, or this is the way I've been able to do it to the best of my ability. Like, it is a little bit of a weird counterintuitive way of making roads, but it does work. And if it's stupid and it works, is it really stupid? I mean, I'm stupid, but the methods, you can't argue with results, chat. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Look at that. Nice and smooth. And then you get rid of your guide roads on the sides. Get rid of your guide roads. Get in here on the flattener tool. Oh yeah. And then just cut it out. Cut out the extra terrain that you don't need. Perfect berms every time. Isn't that nice? Look at that. Doesn't that look good? I'm paranoid, so I'm going to save my work. Perfect. Now what? So we have the bridge across. What I wanted to do is start building out sewage over here. So, sewage in this game. Now, you can do it in a couple of different ways. One is just put a discharge. Put a discharge somewhere, make sure the discharge is on a low point, connect pipes into it, dump raw sewage into the lake, call it a day. That does pollute a little bit. Or you could have a sewage treatment plant. Now, why would you use a sewage treatment? Pollution. Pollution would have a lot to do with it. Now, you can treat your sewage to make more water if you really want to. You know, this will lower your pollution. That's a big way of dealing with this. Sewage treatment plants you need chemicals to treat the water, and they do need power. You win. Perfect. You win. Yeah, man. So, you're going to need an outflow either way. So, if you want to treat the sewage, do it. If you don't have to, but probably should. I don't want to pollute this close, especially to my farm. And also, once again, we're designing this for the future. So, we're designing it with the future in mind. So, we're going to want to do something here. At the end of the day, your sewage needs to be at a low point. That's really, really important. It needs to be at a low point. If it's not at a low point, your sewage won't drain. You can't pitch drainage up. Drainage always has to be pitched down because it's unpressurized, right? And this is true in real life. If your drainage isn't pitched down, it's not draining. It's just going to hold water, which, yeah, you don't really want that, I'll tell you. You don't need sewage just to stagnate and sit in pipes. That's probably not good for it. Wouldn't a poop lake help your farms grow? Yeah, I mean, Alice, yeah, technically, yeah. It's like when your septic tank fills up. If you have a filled up septic tank wherever your leach field is, the plants grow like crazy. That's part of the way you know your septic tank is full. I learned this lesson the hard way. When we first moved in, the septic tank had just been drained, right? And I had trouble, first couple of seasons through here at my house, I had trouble getting the grass to grow in the backyard. And then, in 2024, spring of 2024, so last year, I noticed the grass was growing great. I'm like, oh man, I really got a green thumb. Nope. I drained the septic tank and the grass stopped growing. Because the leach field goes into my backyard. So, I'm like, oh, look at me. I got a nice green thumb. Nope. It just turns out that poop is really good fertilizer and makes your grass grow better. Yep, the leach field was fertilizing my backyard grass. Grass was beautiful, Sticky. It was beautiful. Perfect grass. Yum, poo grass. I need to hop off for a minute. Did I see your thing? Oh, yeah, Trey, that's right. You reminded me. Thank you. Yo, let's go, dude. Wow, that's a monster, dude. What? Dude, how you... That is a project of all time, dude. Holy crap. All right, so I'm going to make like a little basin right here, and we're going to put our sewage treatment plant. 57 parts in time, lots of time. Yeah, I'd believe that. Note that we have 2 bulldozers working because that overlap that I was talking about. See 2 bulldozers are working the site right there. See, there's little bits of terrain that aren't flat. You'll notice the areas of terrain that they need to modify will show up as a red dot over the green circle. I remember a while back looking at crazy interchanges for a workers and resources thing. What do you think about this one? Uh-oh. Let me look. Let me guess. We're going to Michigan. Oh, yes. What is this, 75 and 96 here? $275 and 96. This intersection exists. I've driven through this interchange before. So 75's got to be up there somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, this is 275 and 96. This is a thing. What is this? 696 in Woodward? Oh no, it's 10, not Woodward. Woodward's over there. I thought you'd get a kick out of it. Yeah, I've driven through most of these, Dino. Yeah, they exist. Hey, look, there's a roundabout in Detroit. That's weird. Where are we? We're in Farmington Hills at 12 Mile. Yeah, see, the last time I went through Michigan, I was driving on 75, because Bree's parents live up there somewhere. They used to live in the city in Dearborn, but they moved out because living in the Dearborn. Not a bad place, but, you know. Yeah, no. I actually had some spare time the last time I was in Detroit, Dino, and I went and looked at Sterling Heights. Sterling Heights is a monster. Chrysler has a huge factory here where they build Dodge Rams. And then Ford's axle plant is over here. Sterling Axle is that. That's 17 Mile and Mound. So the trucks that I drove across the country and streamed, the 97 and the 87, both of their axles, the rear axles were made right there at Sterling, which is pretty cool. Look at all those T-squares. Go to American box style. Shinny, it's Detroit. Okay? It's Detroit. I don't know what you want. Detroit, the city where mass production of automobiles was invented. I don't know what you're expecting, dude. I don't know what you're expecting, homie. You know what I'm saying? Like, Believe it or not, the traffic in Detroit is not too bad. Their highway system is not the greatest, but it works pretty well. Automobile? 696 east of the loops just closed. If you have to head that way anytime soon for 2 years. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, the grids go all the way out to Pontiac, dude. But you know what's really good? Detroit's super easy to navigate. You know why it's super easy to navigate? The roads go in the cardinal directions. North, south, east, and west. Yeah, very easy to find your way around. Because you know if you're on a road, it's either going north, south, east, or west, and that's it. And it's very easy to navigate. Very easy. Yeah, it's super simple. Yeah, I looked at a map of Detroit once and I was like, oh yeah, that's easy. That grid goes all the way to Salt Lake City. I don't think it goes all the way to Salt Lake City, but I mean, you go out here and if you look at the farms, the Midwest of this country, the middle of this country, Raiden, is ridiculous. There's farmlands for days. Quite actually days. I know, I've driven through them. It doesn't stop. There's just still going. Still farms. Oh, look, it got a little hilly. Still farms. Where are we getting close to? Where are we? Denver? Yeah, that's Denver. What I just took you guys across was basically from here to here. From like the Mississippi River. The Mississippi River all the way to Denver. That's a long way, man. $1,100 kilometers, dude. That's, yeah. What is that, 600-700 miles? Yeah, just try to figure out how to navigate something like London with a map and no sat-nav. Yeah, no, hard pass. I survived I-80 both ways. Pretty crazy, right? Interesting, Dino. We'll leave that open. Close that back down. Yeah, I used to look at that often. It starts in Ohio and goes all the way to Denver. It's immense, dude. Alright, so, I'm grading out this area for a sewage basin. Oh, my electrical power lines are right there. We probably should leave a space for the right-of-way for those. The whole country is a 1-mile checkerboard. 1,600 meters, dude. 1,600 meter grids. It's ridiculous when you think about it, dude. Like, how big this mother trucker actually is. It's not small. Hey, Baron, what's going on? I've been across the U.S. a few times. From Denver to Cleveland is basically just one huge cornfield. Corn is very interesting, though. Thinking about corn? Oh yeah, corn, yeah, corn's great, yeah, corn is certainly interesting. All right, so sewage treatment is going to go here. I'm not sure where the water plant is going to go, but we're going to have to do a lot of designing over here. Oh, fun fact. We're going to have to do a lot of designing over here. The reason why is because we have a coal mine over here. Coal mine's got to feed the power plant. Power plant obviously is going to be our electrical power hub, right? What level are we at? 1446. Let's get 15. It's 15, right? 1570. See if we can get 15 on the dot. There's going to be a lot of structures that we need over here. Sewage treatment is going to be one. And once again, I'll design the sewage treatment plant. So I'll design the sewage plant to at least initially be a discharge. And then we scale into it. Don't forget the heat plant. We need the power plant, we need the heat plant, we need the coal mine. And also, I want granite. Not granite, gravel over here. Sorry. Got my G's confused. Streamer brain. And note that, once again, my basin, the entire basin right here, for the sewage treatment plant, is lower than everything else. Because all pipes need to drain. All pipes for sewage in this local area need to drain here. That's really important. If it's not low, sewage won't flow through it. So get low. Get low. Get low. Get low. Get low. Get low. To the window! To the wall! To the wall! To the sewage right down my pipes. Those are the lyrics, right? It's a little different. Sorry. Stuff goes downhill. Any particular reason why? What do you mean, Wolfie? What's that conversation? What are you talking about? See last. What was your question? I'm looking for it. No tag, so, I mean, obviously you weren't talking to me, but... You wondering why there's no people out there, dude? Like in the middle of the US? Well, there's some big cities out there, dude, but yeah, for the most part... Why is all that space just farmlands? Ah, okay. So why is a lot of the central part of the U.S. farmlands? Okay, so that area is very, very flat, great for farms, and it's very fertile. That's really, really important to understand. It's super fertile because at one point there was a gigantic inland ocean right here. You can see where it was. See it? This ground is very, very fertile. It's very wet soil. Well, not wet. It's very fertile soil. You could basically grow anything in it. You can grow whatever you want. I mean, And the ocean gives you basically endless, that inland ocean that was here, basically what's left of it is underground. And there's a huge, there's basically, I don't know what the right name for it is. It's still there. The ocean is there. It's just underground. There's like a huge infinite supply of water out here. It's an aquifer. That's what it is. Thank you, Aranor. The ground is really good for farming, but the thing is that it's super remote. It's good for farming, sure, but yeah, it's very remote out here. There's not a lot. Now, don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean that there isn't cities out there. Kansas City is huge. Now, where did the cities spring up? Well, the cities out here sprang up on the Mississippi River and the Ohio River. Or not the Ohio River, the Missouri River. The Mississippi, the Missouri, and Ohio. The borders are the Mississippi River, and then over here, right there, that's the Missouri River. Some of the borders follow the river, some of them don't. So cities did build up on these rivers because you could get at them from boats, right? You could sail up the Mississippi, and you could almost, I'm pretty sure you can get to the Great Lakes. You can pilot a ship from here to up there into Lake Michigan, which is pretty crazy. Pretty sure they reversed the flow of the Chicago River for that exact reason, but that's another story. So the area, there are big cities on the rivers. Yeah. A lot of them are on the rivers, like Memphis. Memphis is on the river. Kansas City's on the river. St. Louis is on the river. Tulsa. Nah, not necessarily on a river, but now OKC is huge. That's a big city, and it's seemingly in the middle of nowhere, once again, on a river, right? It's not that there isn't, like, oh, why didn't we just build New York City out here? There are gigantic cities out there. Amarillo is big. Pueblo is big in Colorado. Denver is pretty frigging big. It's just huge. That's the thing, dude. Just huge. Huge.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's a huge area. That's a big plot of land. It takes time to populate it. So, cast your mind back like 150 years ago in the U.S. The U.S. government gave incentives to settle these areas, to go west. Some people went west for, mining, to get rich from like the gold rush in the 1850s, right? But basically all the way into the 1920s, the U.S. government was paying people to move across the country, right? Now, how you did that? Trains. You did have trains. You could do it via boat. You could go through you could go sail around here. The Panama Canal wasn't made yet. The Panama Canal was made in the it's about 120 years old at this point, I think. So, they pay people to move across the country, and a lot of people ended up settling out west, like on the coast. One, because you can get at it from ships. Two, because there's the Rocky Mountains right here. You very inhospitable. People don't like that. But that didn't stop people from settling there. Like the Mormons, a religious sect, right? Established Salt Lake City, right, to be free of religious persecution, right? So like there is cities out there. It's just not as population dense as here because it's very remote. It's hard to get to. And unless you know how to farm, there's really no reason to go out there. But there are reasons, like, once again, there were reasons to go out there. The U.S. government paid people to go out there, and then they stopped doing that. Another reason is humans need fresh water. Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm. Last. Yeah, what does Texas look like compared to everything else? Texas is big, man. I can confirm. I was just there. It is an absolute monster of a state. Yeah, so long story short, the U.S. government did pay people for a long time to move out here, right? And they found that this area is really good for farming. So all the farmers stayed, and basically everybody else kept going west. And then, ironically, they found way more farmland. So the Inland Valley right here, look from Redding, California to Bakersfield, this right here, that feeds the entire west coast of the United States. Yep. Yeah, they found more farmland. Yeah, found more farmland. Now, if you notice, this is all green, right? See that? That's all green. At one point here, you really want me to blow your mind? At one point, this inland valley right here looked like this. It looked like that. What they did in California is see the Rocky Mountains, the mountain range right here from Yosemite and whatnot? That's the Yosemite Valley. Yosemite's actually up here somewhere, but you get the idea. These mountains right here, they have ice melt, and the ice melt flows down rivers, and the rivers flow through the valley, and they eventually flow into San Francisco Bay, or they go down through here and get piped into the Colorado River. Colorado River's over here. They eventually go into the Colorado River. What they did here was they put irrigation dams in all of these mountains. See the lakes? Irrigation dams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. See all of them? See all the lakes out here? Those are all man-made. The reason why they're man-made and the reason why they did this way is because there would be a flooding season, right? There's a flooding season when all the ice melted in the spring, and then you'd get a lot of water, great for farming. In the summertime, you wouldn't, though. All this would melt, and it would drain into the ocean. So what they did was they dammed up all these rivers here and basically held back reservoirs so they could farm all year round. They can farm all year round. California's climate's pretty, it's a little warm, but if you irrigate it correctly, you can farm as much as you want, right? So that's what they did. And that's the reason why the entire West Coast basically exists as it does, because if they couldn't farm year-round here, there's no way they'd be able to sustain these gigantic population centers. San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco, not a chance. You wouldn't be able to sustain any of that without this farmland. Fun fact. Think Timberborn. Seriously, think Timberborn. That's what they did in California. They held back all the water, so when there were droughts, because California is, once again, it was desert at one point, they can farm year-round. They'll always have water. The entire backbone of the West Coast relies on dams like that. That's the Oroville Dam. It's an earthen dam that holds back enough water to irrigate enough farmland so you could see it, that you could see the farmland from space. Pretty cool, huh? Oroville famously in 2017 had some big problems because they deferred maintenance on the spillway, and then the spillway collapsed because it was eroding because they deferred maintenance, which is dumb. Any thoughts of getting SETI someday to Oogle? Trinity site is on the way. Oh. Can't tell me you want me to go to SETI? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Talking about Blanco's updates again? No, I just brought up the Oroville Dam because it's one of the dams that I know. Yep. That is the entire West Coast's lifeline right there. And don't get me wrong, it's not one dam. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. They're all over the place. There's the Folsom. This is the Folsom Dam. Look, dude, water. I was going to say they straight up just built reservoirs. Yeah. To make Folsom Dam. It's pretty awesome, dude. It's pretty crazy engineering. Everybody knows Folsom because of Johnny Cash, but yeah, you get the idea. Look. Like part of the dam, they were just like, meh, build a big wall. Whatever. It's fine. See? Build levees. And that's what they did. Yeah, without that, Central California and the entire West Coast doesn't exist. Your food chain dries up. Completely. From Redding to Bakersfield, this whole inland valley, the entirety of the coast, the entirety of the West Coast of the United States depends on that farmland. Pretty cool, huh? It's also a very beautiful part of the country, just on a side note. Anyway, back to workers. Back to poop plants. They grow Doritos! Yeah. What's going on with the fish thing? Don't know. Can't speak to it. Alright, so. We have a spot for our coal mine. The coal mine's going to have to go there. So where... We got a spot for our sewage plant. That's also where you found your truck. Yeah, we found... Yeah, that's right. Ernock, you... I was about to say we. You found Bluefus in Stockton, which is basically because it was a farmer's truck. Pretty cool. I can see my house from that California map shot. There you go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Who doesn't want to see giant radio dishes? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know what? Just make this... So that, where this big white line is, that's 40 feet above sea level. Bombo, 24-month resub, thank you. Alright, so over here is where we're going to need the heating plant. We need the heating plant, we need coal power, at least initially, coal power plant. We'll scale to other stuff later down the road.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And then we're also going to need gravel over here as well. I need a gravel plant, because I want to shovel gravel over here. So we have gravel for construction materials. That is a lot to fit into this area, but whatever. We need to do course adjustment here. I want to get rid of this hill. We may have to blast. Wally, tier 2, 6 months in advance, dude? 48 months total. Thanks, man. All right. Thanks, buddy. That really helps me. I really appreciate you. Near a man-made lake, not a fishing or water supply. It's for migrating birds and microclimate cooling. Cool. Ling. So, you see these kind of rocky parts here? Those are the parts that we're gonna need, that we can get gravel from. The problem is my road just decided to go right through the graveliest parts of this. So let's put the road through and see what parts we have left over. Let me just make sure the grade is good here. That's fine. We have an inch deviation over 1,300 feet. Yeah. Yeah, that's about as flat as that's gonna be. On 110 degree today. Yeah, it's a gigantic swamp cooler, Toxic. I got you. Yeah, man. Dude. Like, Toxic, the civil engineering that was implemented in California over the last 100 years, maybe not the last 10, over the last, like, 100 years is amazing. California could not exist without those dams. Like, quite actually. It's not, because it's not just, those dams, you know, I mean, you said it yourself, dude. Those dams on the west coast aren't just there for farming. Farming is the backbone of it, but they also bring potable water. Without those, you have no water. Because, like, if you look around LA. See any lakes? You have a couple here. These lakes are not feeding the entire populated area. The water is brought in. You guys really want me to blow your mind? All of the water systems for the entire like greater Los Angeles area is not well water. It's rainwater from up here. Believe it or not. Get this. They piped the water. A civil engineer named Mulholland figured out a way to pipe the water over a frigging mountain range. I crap you not, over a mountain range to get it into the greater Los Angeles area to allow Los Angeles to grow. The water comes from up here. It's absolutely insane. You can even see it on the 14, where the 5 and the 14 split. You could see some of those irrigation efforts because you actually see a river go over a freaking hill. That's 5 and 138. 5 and 14 is... Yes, you heard that right. A river goes over a damn hill. It's actually just up a little ways from the 14. Where are you? I thought it was right here. That's not how rivers work. Yeah, but Mulholland and his boys figured out a way to do it. Note the cuts in the highway, so they could keep the road straight. Maybe it's over here. I'm telling you, there's rivers that go over these hills. Like, they pump it up and over. It's crazy, dude. California is an insane piece of irrigation engineering. This isn't buffering. I'm pretty sure it's right there where, you see the lakes and stuff. Here. Sometimes Google has a caching problem. Let's let it load up a previous, because it's going to be there. Where are you? Where are you? Trust me, we'll know it when we see it. You'll be like, that doesn't look right. I thought it was on the 14. Could have sworn it was, but guess not. The Cascade is down in the south of the 5 and the 14 merge. All right, cool. I could have sworn it was right here. Oh yeah, there it is. Yep, there it is. Frickin' river. Look, there's a river that goes over that hill. Dude, a freaking river. Look. See, they pump it up. I don't know where it comes from, but they pump it up over here and then it flows down the side of the hill. See? And then it flows into that reservoir. Is that wild or what? It's a river that goes over a damn hill. Dude, there's all kinds of stuff like that in California. California could not exist if it didn't have stuff like that. If it wasn't for Mulholland and his band of civil engineers. Now, don't get me wrong. Mulholland and his engineers weren't without their couple of snafus here. Today, chat, we're going to learn about hydraulic pressure. See that dam? Beautiful, isn't it? Oops. Hydraulic pressure. It's important to get the math right. The St. Francis Dam. Yeah. Mulholland. Yeah, they didn't do the engineering right. Yeah, the St. Francis Dam failed completely. But don't worry, they figured out another way to do that. Yeah, you know. Hey, iterative design, okay? Iterative design. Yep. Yeah. No, that looks great, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Mulholland and the engineers. Yep. Yeah, that St. Francis Dam didn't work. They had a really, really good lesson in, you know, radius of dam and chord length and stuff correlated to the hydraulic pressure. Notice how that dam is extremely tall. Now, if you've ever been to the Hoover Dam, it's also a tall dam. Does the Hoover Dam have a radius, like a curve like that? No. If you've ever been to the Hoover Dam, it's like curved like this. It's like almost a half circle. That is not a half circle, and that's like as tall as the Hoover Dam. Yeah, it failed. It failed very, very, very catastrophically. Yeah, the bow on this wasn't good enough. You build an arch. You're in the same way that the Romans would build an arch for an aqueduct, right? So you'd have an arch that goes over like this. If you lay that arch on its side, that arch can be used to hold back hydraulic pressure, because the arch is good for building when you're building up against the force of gravity. An arch is also good if you're building against hydraulic pressure coming at you. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, you weren't expecting this tangent during this stream, were you? Pretty cool, huh? Now, we can't do anything like that in workers, but once again, irrigation and everything is key, and getting water is key. Your civilization cannot survive without that. Humans need to water. They need to water a lot. So remember, always water your humans and workers. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They'll grow nice and strong, and you can, you know, have them grow nice and strong, and then, you know, coal mine them. You want the other crazy dams? Go have a look in Ukraine. No, I don't think I will, Creation. No, I'm good, thanks. California is a plenty good example. All right, so gravel. The problem is the only place that we really get a lot of gravel is right near the road, so. That's right, Arev. Grow your humans now with all new water. Sneaky, I think we can get a good enough threshold here, dude. All right, let's just go into construction industry. Ah. Ah. Is there a 60%er over here? Yes. Yes, there is. Oh. Nice. 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 All right. Okay. I didn't want to build this close to the road anyway, because once again, future-proofing. We're not, you know, probably not going to need this road to be bigger at any particular point in time, but it's good to have it. You're talking about how insane the engineering of the Nipro dams are. Yeah, of course. All right. Let's think about this. So, if we're going to move gravel over here, how are we going to do this? At a roundabout with a gravel yard in the center? Huh. Andrew, I think if we can get a 60, if we can get an equivalent percentage over here, I'm kind of cool with that. A 60% gravel source is more than enough. Yeah. Alright, cool. I had originally flattened all this terrain here. Talking about dams, yesterday I was reading about the 1975 Bankio dam failure. Scary stuff. Yeah, hydraulics are not something to be trifled with, dude. Oh. I just thought of something so messed up to say. Hydraulics are not something to be trifled with. Ask SpaceX. They know. It's messed up. It's messed up. I'll take my licks. Stupid intrusive thoughts. Nah, seriously, I'm pulling for everybody in the Starship program. I want them to succeed so bad. And dude, being down there and talking to all these people, all the people that work on it, I had the benefit, like, on this last trip of talking to a bunch of people that work on the program. Because, like, when you go out and, you know, they're putting a ship together, like they're stacking or something, there's SpaceX employees are out there watching it. And once again, okay, so two things really blow my freaking mind. One, SpaceX employees are coming up to me and saying, "Oh, you're EJ, you're on the flame trench," and I don't know how to feel about that. I'm like, dude, the heck with me. You work on Starship. Frick what I do. Like, who cares? Like, yeah, I just sit there and talk about it. You actually work on it. Frick, why are you praising me? Don't praise me. Screw off. No, the big thing that I'm trying to get at, dude, is that so much time and effort goes into this damn thing. It really sucks to see all your work blow up like that. I'm like, why are you praising me? I don't deserve praise. I'm not trying to build the most complicated rocket ever devised by man and making manageable progress there. I just talk about it on the internet, dude. Like, I'm not the guy. You're the guy, you know? I'm not the man. You're the man. I'm not licking you, gross. Yeah, no. Yeah, so, like, when I make a joke about Starship, it's not that I'm some SpaceX hater. You know what I mean? I love the Starship program, and I wish those people all the best. They're awesome. Are you familiar with a Falkirk wheel? No. I've heard that. Strider, I've heard that name before, but I don't know it off the top of my head. God, I love this. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Runway tool, baby. Oh yeah, the runway tool is good for course terrain adjustment, Erev. You're famous and what you do is important. I know, I understand that. It's just weird, dude. Are you ready for F1? Yeah? It's gonna be a little strange year, Hermit, huh? Gonna be a little bit of a strange, this is gonna be a weird season, huh? Anyway, alright, let's just make sure our graded area is nice and flat. Yeah, we got some small terrain variation. Sorry. We'll make it nice and flat here. Now you need to rewatch Spaceballs. Thanks for that. Yeah. Something wrong with the radar, sir. I've lost the bleeps, the sweeps, and the creeps. The what? The what and the what? No. The bleeps. The sweeps. And the creeps. It's not all he's lost. Sir, the radar, sir. It appears to be jammed. Jammed? Raspberry. There's only one man who would dare give me the raspberry. Lone Star! Can't believe it. I'm surrounded by Spaceballs. Keep chatting, Spaceballs! Alright, let's see how that pans out now. Yeah, not bad. Pretty dang flat. Alright, cool. Alright, so that should be enough for sewage treatment over here. You see, your Schwartz is as big as mine. Let's see how well you handle it. I said across your nose, not up it. Sorry, sir. Doing my best. Who made that Metagunder? I did, sir. He's my cousin. Who is that? He's a Spaceball, sir. Relativity came back from the dead and posted a 50-minute YouTube video. We ain't found nothing. Yeah. All right, I'll check that out for space news, dude. We must build gravel plant for glorious make benefit glorious Republic of Yakograd. All right, that has to go right there. So we are locked in to building this right here. Must admit, was working with this hidden, not hearing everything being said. Deep lurk. Then I start hearing the bleep, the bleep blurps, and there's Spaceballs everywhere. Thanks. Yep. Yeah, you're welcome. You're really a Spaceball, aren't you, Jacobs? I already called him, sir. He knows everything. What? You went over my helmet? Not over, sir. More to the side. It'll never happen again. Never. Oh, shoot. No, please. No, not that. Yes, that. Ah! Anyway. $62. There it is. Wait, no, we don't want that. Are we... hold up. We need the big gravel plant, do we not? Now I forget how this all works. President Scrobe, salute! Hail, Scrobe. Spaceballs the t-shirt. Spaceballs the energy drink. NASA Spaceflight the tote bag. NASA Spaceflight the t-shirt. The kids love this one. This is Spaceflight, the mission patch. Merchandising. Put the name on everything. Where the real money from the streams is made. Wait, does NSF need a flamethrower now? Oh no, what did I just do? Oh crap. The store guys are gonna kill me. Oh, the Have You Hugged Your Booster Today t-shirt? That was my idea. Yeah, that was my merch idea. NSF2, the search for more money. Oh crap. Oh, okay. All right, so how are we gonna do this? NSF needs a flamethrower. No, all right. I forgot how to do the quarries. I'm not gonna lie to you. I forgot how to do it. The small gravel quarry doesn't seem to have a belt going out of it. So I'm thinking we need the big one, right? The big one that has the belt output. So that means that needs to go there. When monies? I ask myself that question a lot, Porter. I'm going to go ahead and assume that this is the one that you can put excavators in and have it be more or less automated. NSF the chainsaw, NSF the chair. What is that pipe connection for? I would assume it's for fuel, Andrew. Let me just double check it. Yeah, fuel. And then waste. Do we have a belt output from this? Hold on. No belt output. Just needs waste. Okay, so from the gravel plant, we're going to need, we have 2 types of processing plants here at our disposal. NSF the Sandblaster, aka Super Heavy. Oh, gee. Dude, alright, how much are you guys going to give me if the next time I'm hosting an NSF cast and I do the merch plug, I say it like that? I actually think I would piss a lot of people off when I'm doing that. I retract that. Do not pay me any amount of money to do that. That would probably end very poorly. It would be funny, though, if people understood what the heck I was saying. I'll give you 1085 bits. Oh, shh. I really should have thought about saying that before I said it. Crap. The lesson for today is think before you say something. Okie dokie? That's your lesson for the day. Now you know. That's right. Ideas go in the square hole. Yeah, how'd you know? All right. Open mouth. Insert foot. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's fine. All right. So we have gravel processing plants here. Now let's take a look. How much time does it take to make these? 1193 work days, 106 tons of concrete, 12 tons of gravel, 9 tons of asphalt, 42 tons of steel, 3.8 tons of mechanical components. It takes 15 people to run and can produce 79 tons of gravel every day at maximum efficiency. Whoa. This thing takes 2.7 tons, and it can do 26 tons of gravel. So this produces a third of what this can produce at maximum efficiency. It takes a third of the people, but it takes maybe... I mean, look at the resource differences here, dudes. Holy balls. You're describing me. Ugh. Now, does this other gravel plant not have an input? There's no input. There's no input on that gravel plant. Why would they do that? You have to truck the gravel. Oh. The road is the input. Yeah, you'd have to truck the gravel back and forth. What I'm trying to look at is once again, we're talking about scalability here. What I'm trying to look at is this something, would we rather build 2 of these over building one bigger gravel plant? Because the bigger gravel plant is all fine and dandy, but the bigger gravel plant is a lot more resources to make. Interesting, Baron. I'll have to check it out during Space News. Yeah, it won't cost you vehicle and gas costs. Right, Arev, exactly. Yes, this is a good idea.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hey, King. What's up, buddy? King, I want to fire the entire Bruins front office. It hurts. Okay. Can we just... Fair and valid. Yeah. Hey, guys, let's just trade the captain. Whatever. Trade the captain. It's fine. It's great. And just... Please stop. Please stop what you're doing. Even Becky in accounting? Especially Becky in accounting, man. No, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it, King. Forgive me for bringing it up. Hurts more when you're a Pens fan. I'm not sure it does, Toxic. I'm not sure it does, dude. I'm not sure that that's a thing. Yeah, Buck, we'll talk about it. They've been playing like Dookie down the stretch, which is the worst time to go cold. The Bruins are hard to watch, dude. And now it's just going to be even worse. Just end it. Just stick a fork in it, dude. Stick a fork in it. Please. Toxic, it's so bad, dude. So bad. Ugh. It hurts. It hurts, man. Lowe's like, I'm having a good... Shut up! Hockey teams shouldn't be in Florida. Hockey teams that come from warm weather climates is cringe. It's cringe! I'm gonna die on this hill. And I will, but... It's cringe! Stop it. You stop this now. You stupid, you Tampa. Frick. Yeah, that's what I think when I think of Tampa. I think freaking an ice rink. Tim Ellis has been fired. Eric Schmidt, the former Google CEO, is now the new CEO. You sure he got canned? I mean, Florida does have 2 hockey teams. I know. It's weird. It's weird just thinking about it. So I'm putting in provisions for gravel here. I want to put the sewage treatment plant on the right side of your screen, but gravel unfortunately needs to go here. I really don't have a choice. And what I want with my gravel plant, I want the gravel plant to feed belts across the train tracks and have a gravel aggregate storage right here. So the construction vehicles can get at it very quickly. Blame the snowbirds. I will. King, what's up? Well, this kind of looks like the 3rd recession of my short life. Let's hope it doesn't nuke space flight again. I don't know, man. No comment. Let's hope the storage won't collapse. That's not funny. Why you gotta bring that up, man? Favorite vehicle and workers? Mac R series. It's not even close. It's the most useful vehicle in the game by a long shot. Okay. Well, we can always make the sewage treatment road come down here and put sewage treatment here and then run the pipes this way, which is probably what we'll do. All right, so gravel. How are we going to do this? Yeah, unfortunately, that has to be there, and it has to be next to the dang old road. Are you going to build a gravel recycling facility? Might as well leave the provisions for it, dude. Okay. So, we have our gravel plant here. Now, we need... So, gravel is... You have to refine it. It's going to take a processing plant. What I'm going to do is reverse that processing plant, right? And I'll give us the provisions to eventually put 2 of these next to each other. Now, why? Why do I want 2 of these next to each other? I don't know. Scalable. I'm not going to build it. I'll just put the plans for it there and we'll call it a day. Yeah, mirroring is one of the best tools. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I really ever got to the point where I needed to mirror one of these things, but you never know. We're building on a scale that I don't really have a good idea of yet. So we'll do it just to be sure. Now, put a road through the center, obviously. 1, 2, and then there we go. Now, can we make an aggregate belt that goes from here to there? No. No, we cannot. Let's see if we can get an aggregate crossing here. All right. So once again, I'm probably not going to build this. Probably won't build it, but you leave the space. You never know. It's probably better to do it. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Like what Bert Gummer used to say, all right? Bert Gummer? Anybody? No? Yeah. Yes? Yeah, all right, some people. Once again, one of the biggest lessons that I've learned in this game is leave space. You have a huge map. Leave the space. You must leave the space. Cannon fuse. What do you use it for? For my cannon. Broke into the wrong gosh darn rec room! That's such a good movie, dude. Great stuff just posted by Relativity. At work, you use friction tubes for your cannons. All right. Okay, so now each one of these things, what's its? I mean, I was gonna say, like, I don't know, guys. I'll be 100% real. Do we really need a second one? Like, I've never had the need to use the second one. I mean, I guess it's better to have it not needed, right? Like what I was saying. Um, yeah, Arab, obviously, yeah. It would likely remain a perma blueprint. All right, well, let's get into storages here. Hmm. Thinking. You know, it said have it, not need it, not have it. I'm starting, the more I think about this, the more I think this is not really a case when this is applicable. I'm gonna get rid of it, and I'll leave that space open. And we'll, yeah, just go from there. You don't need, like, okay, cast your minds back to Bakalakadakistan. I had one of these feeding 3 big aggregate storages, and it filled it up. So I just, yeah, I don't think we need to do that. I don't think it's applicable here. How far can you belt? You need an elevator, a resource elevator, every once in a while. Now we need a big old aggregate storage right here. So we're gonna go into aggregate storage. You know what might not be the worst idea? Feeding to 3 smaller storage, dudes. That's where you design your scalability into this. Am I thinking about this correctly? That's where you'd want your scalability. Because what if one burns down or collapses? You need more when you want to feed asphalt, cement, and prefab from this source. They use quite a bit of gravel. That's a good point, Newell. I'm thinking now That's a good point. Let's go into construction materials. What mats do we need? What for construction? Cement needs coal and gravel. Coal and gravel. Oh. Yeah, Franco, gravel, having early gravel is a big deal. So concrete needs gravel and cement. Oh, this is a huge production tree, isn't it? We're going to need gravel for straight storage, so we can use gravel for making roads and stuff, and then we're going to need gravel for construction materials. Prefab, so that's concrete panels or cement and more gravel. Asphalt needs gravel and bitumen, and the bricks need coal. The bricks just need coal. Oh. So, the double processing plants is probably a good idea here. The thing is that if I want to put I might need to find another spot for the sewage treatment plant, guys. We might need to put it over here. Figure out how much of each input you need for the end product. It's a can of worms, isn't it? I'm thinking we're definitely going to need construction mats here. I wanted construction mats next to my construction depot. And the construction depot is like right there. So I'm thinking. Yeah, you don't need this big of a lake. Yeah, fortunately, sewage is non-dimensional. Like, you're not gonna... If you have a sewage treatment plant here, it's not gonna fill it. It'll just pump into it forever, which is good. Meaning I can just fill in more of this and put sewage treatment, like, here, and it's not that big of a deal. Yes, Gratian, we can. Yeah. I slated basically all of this space around this terminal here. All of this area is for construction materials, except for right here, which is train distro. Oh boy. For a half second, I thought you said sewage is non-denominational. Yes, sewage is. Yep. No, sewage is not religious, in fact. Sewage is secular. We're cooked. Freaking cooked. I need another cough drop. It can be holy, though. Space Destalinator, please. All right, so that needs 200 tons of gravel a day. All right, so let's start calculating just for construction mats at ideal amounts. How much gravel could we use a day if all these plants are at maximum consumption? Now we have a gigantic freaking concrete plant there. I'm not sure I'm going to do that, so let's use the smaller one, or a cement plant, right? That needs 200 tons. What about the concrete plant? Concrete plant needs 130, so we're at 200 plus 130, so that's 330. The prefab plant, which we don't have, is 62. So that's 292. Plus 121, so 392. 402. My brain went bananas again. 392 plus 20. 413. All right, and the brick factory takes coal, and that's it. All right. Math is hard on stream, Mike. Yargles! Tier 2, 120 months, dude. If my math hasn't started to go in our aging years, I believe that's 10 years. It is, man. Thank you for all the support over the years, buddy. I appreciate you. We should hang out sometime, man. Concrete and asphalt are only using on demand since you can't store it. They can be calculated as a lower demand pulling from a storage. Yeah. You definitely don't need to consider full capacity for the concrete plant. It's never used in full time. Okay. So that was 130. So let's figure 400 tons of gravel a day, right? And now, it's really, like you guys are saying, it's not a question of like, can we... Hey babe, what's up?
You have your Mustang keys?
Yes.
I wanted to get a pooper scooper in the trunk.
It's in my jacket pocket. Other pocket. Breeze here.
Hi, chat.
Chat says hi. Hold my pocket.
I'm just gonna put them in that gray compost bin that I started. That makes sense?
The keys?
The dog poop.
The dog poop.
Yeah.
We bought a pooper scooper. It's in the trunk of my car.
Yeah. Just put them in that gray bin. No problem, Ninja. Does that sound okay?
The gray bin?
Yeah, that's... I put all the leaves and stuff in.
Just dump it in the woods.
Every little poop I have to pick up, I have to go run and dump in the woods. Do you know how many little poops that is?
It can't be much. It's only 2 weeks worth of poops.
That's at least 14, actually maybe 28 poops.
You can fit more than one poop into your pooper scooper.
I think that's how that works.
I do think that's how that works. See, we're doing math here.
Your sister puts it in her compost, so I figured I'd do the same thing.
The compost? What is the compost? What is this?
That gray garbage can that I put all of the old plants from last year and everything.
You're gonna put all the poop in there. Where's that going?
It's gonna decompose because it's compost.
Can you throw it into the woods when you're done so it decomposes in compost in the woods away from the house where it won't stink?
Makes sense.
Aha! Aha! Is it compost or decompost? Which one is it, Bree? Which one is it?
But no, but then we don't have all the soil, but then again...
We're going to need new potting soil
Yeah, you're right.
for the garden. This potting soil...
We just need a better composting solution. I think that's going to be a mini goal this summer.
Okay.
Because Yeah. Put it in a fertilizer spreader. Grass gets greener. Problem solved.
You want us to put poop in the fertilizer spreader?
What do you think fertilizer is?
That spreader is designed for pellet fertilizer, not big pellet fertilizer, man. Damn. We already have a Stalinator. We have a septic tank. Don't worry about that.
I will throw it in the yard.
All right, cool. I love you. Just dump it on the logs that are slowly decomposing behind the garage.
That works.
Yep.
Yeah.
That'll be good for it.
Done. I don't know if I can carry that far, but we'll see.
Okay. You don't need to close that.
What? Is your doctor thing from Supernatural? Because they definitely did that one.
Doctor?
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 Maybe. I don't remember where that reference is from. It's possible.
I'm thinking Supernatural because I watched that episode the other day and I went,
Doctor?
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 Doctor? It's from MASH?
Yeah, I think that's
Oh.
right.
That makes sense too.
You have a garden? Yeah, Jens. Last year I grew tomato plants and I made my own marinara sauce.
Spies like us?
It was awesome. It's from Spies Like Us. It's from Spies Like Us, Bree! Supernatural is probably referencing it.
Exactly. That's
See, chat, we have this problem, just on a quick side note. We have this problem. Bree is binge watching Supernatural. That's what she was doing while I was gone. And now we need a 67 Impala.
I just said maybe we could get one.
Now we need a 67 Impala. Now we already have the 327. I got a 327 in my garage. You see what I'm saying here?
But you also said that the price
We need a roller. We don't need a complete car. We already have the motor. Ernok, let me have this one. Ernok. 327 didn't come in a 67 Impala, but they have a 327 in the show, in the
They do.
Impala.
They do.
I know, it would have came with a 350 at that point. All you, buddy. All right. They destroyed all of them in the show. There's none left. Yeah. Bree, please don't let EJ go to Starship anymore.
Why, Yarg?
It was her idea. She's the one that's perpetrating
I
this
don't
stuff.
know. Well, okay, it was like me being like, no, you should go. You should go. You should go. I don't like that you're going. I miss you when you're gone, but you should go. I know who I married. I know what I signed up for. But also, I miss you, but I love you and it's good for you.
It's bad juju? No, it's not.
No.
No.
Das said it isn't, so.
Das said it isn't, so.
That's how Das is the luck master. I don't know.
What?
I just throw it out. It'll just okay. I'll do what EJ said.
The garage would look better with a Chevy in it. Yeah, best I can do is a Dodge. How about that? Aqualex, I know this. I know this.
Alright, I'm gonna go pick up Pope.
Oh, see there you
I
go.
know. Listen, his
Every-
wife is one of the reasons I'm watching it. Like, let's be honest.
Oh, Rogue is oh, really?
Remember we talked about it?
Yeah.
And I was like, I should really watch that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's like multiple other reasons, but like she has a little part in it.
Okay.
Alright. Time
That's-
to pick up shit.
Watch your language.
I'm doing. It's just a fact.
You could say you're picking up excrement. It sounds better. And it's more appropriate. Think of the children.
What if I say this?
Flipping me off is not fixing. Keep the door open. Get out of here. Grab freaking pooper scooper. 10-minute timeout.
Anyway, all right. So, we need 400 tons a day production capacity. All right, let's do 2 gravel plants and have 1 for the building materials. I like this idea. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, I know she is. I'm okay with it. You were doing your math. Yeah, but I got distracted by fertilizer. Yeah, I know. Yeah, or not. Yeah, we gotta do that. Yeah, no, that's what I'm hearing. No. We need aggregate storage.
Brother in Christ. This is not a pooper scooper. It says broom and dustpan set.
You bought it.
No, you did. What are you talking about?
You bought it. You bought it at Home Goods.
You told me it was a pooper scooper.
You said it was a pooper scooper.
No, I didn't.
Well, you're just gonna have to use your hands.
I hate you, but
You gonna hit me with the pooper scooper?
it's not a pooper scooper. That's the problem.
Of course it is.
It was purchased at Home Goods, so. Not a pooper scooper.
You bought that. I did not buy that.
I did not buy this. Why would I buy this?
I don't know. Because you wanted a pooper scooper.
You're gaslighting me. You're full of
I'm not gaslighting you.
Yeah.
Do you smell any propane? Get out of here.
Your stupid keys.
I will.
You wanted that to clean the garage with, but it's not a pooper scooper.
You're just gonna have to go buy a pooper scooper then. What?
I don't want to go anywhere. I just wanted to be outside.
Going somewhere involves being outside, though.
Get shovels.
I love you. Yeah, that's most likely gonna happen, Nabek. Domestic bliss. What's up, Omega? I didn't know better. I might think this was a planned sketch for the sake of the stream. Nope. No. No, believe me. Yeah, we have a shovel. The shovel works. So what I was thinking, dudes, is that it'd probably be better to have... Let me look at the different aggregate storages. That one really doesn't take a lot of time to make. The biggest one holds 2,500. This holds 968. So with 3 of these next to each other, you could... Yeah, you could definitely go crazy with this. Did you get a free pooper scooper with every 67 Impala? No way. Bro, let's go. Let's try this. Oh, there's an output to the side, huh? No, I don't want that. So what I'm thinking is, rather than having one gigantic aggregate storage, have 3 smaller ones. That'll make it so we can build to scale, right? We start by building one, and then we build the second one, and build the second one, and that'll actually end us. We'll end up having bigger capacity, and then if one burns down, we don't have to worry about my entire gravel production line getting screwed. So, yeah, I think that would be yes, I think that would be best. Yes, hi, I'm looking for Victor Maitland, Capricorn. Hey, Syrian, welcome back. I hope the trip was smooth. Instructor shirt? Very much. Very much. Yeah, dude. Redundant systems is always a good choice. Yes. Now, this one will feed. I'm thinking. I want my construction facilities basically to be all along the highway right here. And that basically means that we're going to have to run belts all the way over there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Weather guy, what's up, buddy? 59 months. One more month. Aw, buddy. It goes right to the train, doesn't it? Yeah, that's the thing. I don't really have a train loading and unloading aggregate storage area, even though that would be kind of useful. A spur line. So, Andrew, what I was thinking is that we already have a spur line right here from the farm. Might be beneficial to run this in from the back. We on pause to stay in 1960? Yeah, I'm doing all the planning first. See, another thing that I'm thinking about is that for the gravel quarry, you don't need people. Excavators will do the work for you. Like, you can just have a bunch of excavators in there and they'll be shoveling out all the gravel. Like, it does that automatically. You need people to run the gravel processing plants, interestingly enough. Another idea, guys, would be to put the gravel processing plants over here. That'll make it so I don't need to send a bus over there and drop off people in the area, even though we could. All right, put that project on hold. I'm not exactly sure. Does gravel processing have any town upsetting downsides, though? It does pollute. It pollutes a lot. Yeah, you know what? We'll keep that over there. And a lot of the construction stuff does pollute a lot as well. How was Starbase? Awesome. Yeah, it was pretty awesome, dude. How long can you make the belts? As long as you want, as long as you keep elevating them. So Raiden, you know hold on. I only typed in Dortmund because I know it's near it. Where's the bagger? Dang old coal mines that are around here. Ah. There we go. I found it. Yeah, see, you can have the... you can basically do this. You can have the belts as long as you want, as long as you keep elevating them. See? Elevated, elevated, down. I'm going to have to put elevators in line over and over again, at least I think. And then you have another elevator, and then another elevator, and those feed here. Did you fix the rover for Yak? Yeah, everything works. Yeah, if we could do a bagger pit mine, that'd be sick. I would do it, but we don't need to. We just need that. A change in direction needs an elevator. So, could we do... Hey, let's just put that over there. Can we run that? Okay. It looks like you can run... That's maximum distance. How long is that? 800 feet before you have to build another elevator. Fair. I'm thinking. We do have all this space over here. Part of me, guys, is thinking maybe build out all your construction stuff over here. as much as we possibly could, you know. And then, like, I wanted to build construction equipment here, so I kind of built out a parking lot and a bus stop. But the bus stop is really for the fire station and the repair depot, and that's about it. None of this stuff needs to be manned. There will be a rail distro right here eventually. I'm gonna put it there, and then we have provisions to scale it and put another one like right here, but I don't want to do that right now. Yeah, the more I think about this, the more I think we should probably put this stuff over here, flatten this terrain out as best as we can. Maybe even end up putting sewage over here somewhere and have the sewage line run that way instead of running over here. Now, why? Why do I want to do this? Well, you got to think, I have my power lines coming in here. We're going to need our power plant, and then we're going to need lines that go across into the main city area, right? We're going to need all that. There's also a coal mine here. So we need coal. We need people to work in that coal mine. The coal mine takes a lot of people. And if I'm moving a lot of people, I might as well have the other buildings that need people next to the coal mine, right? Makes sense, right? And then if we're moving tons of people to the coal mine, I might as well come up with a design to build all of the construction equipment over here. It's further away from the city, so we don't need to worry about as much pollution. We have the tracks, right? And we have, more importantly, we have the tracks that are not near the cargo terminal. So, like, that means I can put we could do aggregate loading down here and make the tracks accessible for gravel. We can make them accessible for coal. We can make them accessible for bricks, right? You can, actually, bricks is already accessible over here. Bricks and prefab steel, and boards are actually already accessible there. So we could do aggregates here, like coal and gravel. We could build an aggregate loading depot right here. And we can keep that all away from the city. More importantly, building it over here could potentially in the future give us provisions to get to the pier. So we could just belt stuff over to the pier and then load like coal up on a container ship or something. Yeah, Andrew, exactly. It would allow you to expand the port better. So yeah, let's dump out of that. Let's get rid of all this. Sorry, I know it's a lot of talking. Now that is black boxed there. That has to be right there. So we'll find a way to run the belts in a second. Now the coal mine is gonna go right here, right? That has to go there. That's where the nicest deposit is. Yeah, Bree, give me a second. There. I think that's a good enough message to show that the construction materials need to be there. Now I gotta just make sure that the coal plant is down here. Okay. Sweet.
Need an in-game pooper scooper. Yeah. Okay, guys, it's almost 5 o'clock. I'm gonna take a quick break for space news here in a second. You got it, Bree? Okay. The hell? Stupid time change. How's it already 5 p.m.? Yeah, I know. Building the right of way for the tracks. So, stupid daylight savings time. Yeah, I actually like daylight time. Not standard time. The time thing that we just did, that we just switched to, this is the one that I like. The reason why is because without standard time really screws me, because with standard time in the winter, the sun goes down at 3:30 in the afternoon. Not about that life. So with daylight time, I don't have to worry about that. I don't understand Knick-Knack who wants this, but whatever. How big is the map? You're doing so much soil work. So this is one end of the map. We're in the kind of proverbial top left corner, and this is the other end of the map. It's huge. The map's gigantic, dude. It's a pretty big map, dudes. Anyway.
we just extended where we want the train line here, and that's what we'll work on tomorrow. We'll work on getting power plant, gravel, construction materials. I kind of crossed out what I wrote already, but anyway. All right, guys. I'm going to take a break, and we will be back for Space News momentarily. We'll get back to more workers and resources tomorrow. Okay? 6 hours of Space News. Oh, that's right. We could play workers tonight after Space News before the Sphere X and Punch launch. Hell yeah. Nice big old long stream. Okay. Yeah, we have the Sphere X and the Punch launch. So the Falcon 9 with 2 NASA missions is going to launch tonight. So after Space News usually like 2 to 3 hours. We'll jump back into workers. We'll finish that up. Or we'll work on something else. I'm not exactly sure what I want, but we'll talk it through. Either way. I'll be back in probably about 10 to 15, maybe 20 minutes at best. I am going to just get us teed up for Space News at past. So actually, that's about 30 minutes. Just going to take a quick break. Don't worry. Plenty of stream left. YouTube people, you guys know the drill. Gonna have a loss of signal, and so there's not 30 minutes of dead air on the YouTube side of things. I'll restart Space News. I'll restart the stream right when we start Space News. So I'll see you guys in about 30. Thank you very much for watching. Workers, the Yakograd Republic will return in a couple of hours. Should be good. I'll see you guys then. Thank you very much for watching. On YouTube, stand by for loss of signal. On Twitch, don't worry about it. Just chill here for a second. I'll be back momentarily. Listen to the nice, tunes. Yeah, be back in a sec.